Meeting. Hello, hello.
Hello.
And where's my board clerk? She's up there. Let me know when we have a quorum, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Madam President, I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call to see. So
Okay.
all the trustees can go ahead and just say that you're here. So we'll start off with the student trustees. Do we have any of the student trustees here? So we'll start off with Trustee Stanley.
Here.
Thank you. Student Trustee Contreras.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Handy.
Yes.
Trustee Withrow.
Yes.
Trustee Brown. Okay, she's not in yet. Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen.
I'm here.
Thank you. Trustee Napolia Bella-Reese.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Weinstein.
Here.
Thank you. And President Bonilla is here. Okay, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance led by, let's see, all these beautiful faces to pick from. Who shall I choose? How about Dr. Karras?
All right. Let me put my face on though. Here we go. All right. Find a flag somewhere and point yourself towards it. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States
of America.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. We'll go ahead and move to item 2.4, report of action taken in closed session. Madam Vice President.
Madam President, there are no actions to report from closed session.
Thank you for that. We will go ahead and move to item 2.5, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved.
A second.
And second. Any pending changes to the Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes, I'd like to move the personnel item from consent to action. That's item 8.1. And I would also like to separate out all the administrative appointments so that they are taken separately, one at a time.
So I can move the item to 8.1 into action. And when that item comes up, if there's something else that you'd like to do with that item, then we'll take that up at that time. Does that work for you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
And Madam President, can we move to action 6.1, 6.2, 6.3?
6.1, 6.2, and 6.3, is that moving it to action?
Into action.
Madam President,
Yes, Trustee Withrow.
could we move 7.1 and 7.3 out of the consent calendar into action?
Okay, I'm gonna go check to see if there's a full moon out there, y'all. Hold on, let me go back over this. I've got, and where's my board clerk? There she is. I've got 8.1 into action, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, and I also have 7.1 and 7.3.
That is correct.
I have.
We also
And
have
could we
one more.
move 4.1? That's the monthly contract ratification. If we could move that to action, I would appreciate it.
4.
And then 4.2, that's the technology master plan.
Okay,
How about 9.1?
9.1 is in action.
it's in action.
Oh, thank you.
And Madam President, we do have one change under approval of the agenda, and that is under action item, or excuse me, agenda item 4.1. 4.2, excuse me. So 4.2, it's listed under College Brain Trust, CBT is, and that actually should be changed to Collaborative Brain Trust.
Good.
So noted. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion, and it looks like we've done everything that we need to do with turning this agenda item into almost a complete action item, or action agenda. So, Madam Clerk, a roll call, please.
Sure. Okay, Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Thank you. Student Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Brown? Trustee Handy?
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Abella Reese?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to item 2.6, approval of the minutes. May I have a motion, please?
Motion.
Been moved by Trustee Withrow and second by Student Trustee Contreras. And roll call, please.
Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Do we have Trustee Brown in here yet? No, we don't. Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Abella Reese?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
We will move to item 2.7, Associated Student Government Reports. Madam Clerk, do we have our Associated Students reps on the line?
Yes, we do. And first up, we do have Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan. I believe Laney called. Trustee Napoli Abella Reese? Yes. Trustee Weinstein? Yes.
Hello?
And Trustee... Yes, thank you.
Hello?
Thank you.
Hello, Brenda. This is Terrence.
Terrence, turn down your background.
Okay.
You can't see him.
On the line?
Right.
Yes, we do. And first up, we do have
Someone's watching us on YouTube, and we're getting all the feedback right now.
Hello?
Brenda, you're muted.
turn down your background.
Unmute, Brenda. Okay.
Okay, I turned it down.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. But we could, if you can go ahead and mute yourself.
Oh,
Thank
hello?
you. Yes. Hi. You can go
Okay.
ahead and mute yourself.
I'm sorry, do you want me to unmute myself?
If you can mute yourself, please.
Okay.
Okay. So our first student we have is Max Frankie.
Hello, thank you. Happy to say that our meetings are still running remotely.
It's not working.
It's not working.
There's just a lot of feedback, Max, on your line. So if you can turn down your other devices.
Okay, is this better?
Yes.
Happy to say that our meetings are still running remotely, and we are still conducting student government affairs via Zoom. In order to streamline access to the ASBCC meetings, we have put the links to on our website and have promoted through social media. We have worked with Campus Life to come up with solutions to help students during this time, which have included gift cards to Safeway and Trader Joe's for students, working collaboratively with the Berkeley Food Network to distribute free food for students, and also posting an emergency assistance page on our website. Some activities we're currently working on include virtual campus life activities, whether that includes getting together to watch an educational documentary, facilitating online Q&A, or discussing current politics is yet to be determined. And additionally, in terms of elections, period closed last Friday, and there will be a meeting next week via Zoom to go over campaigning rules. Students will be able to vote online on May 11th and May 12th. Lastly, we have collectively decided, along with Campus Life, to have a virtual graduation in May, and are considering an in-person graduation in the fall. Thank you.
What is it?
Thank you for that. Do we have any other students? Madam Clerk, are there other students on the line prepared for reports?
Hello.
Hi, we do have Alicia.
Okay.
Here.
Hi, Alicia, go ahead.
Hi, so I'm ASLC Secretary at Laney, and I'm happy to report that we've been meeting through Zoom, the council, and we've created a scholarship to support students during COVID-19. So it's going to be a one-time grant of, I believe, $150 for applicants that meet the criteria that we've set. And yeah, we've just been meeting and thinking creatively on ways to support students, still in the works, and elections are scheduled for May 11th. So also preparing for that. And yeah, that's all for my report. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other students?
If there are any other students that would like to speak, please raise your hand. Go ahead.
Hi, I don't represent anything. I'm just a student in the campus, and I have a couple questions. But I'm not sure if you guys are going to address specific concerns in the meeting. So I was thinking maybe holding it back until the end of the meeting.
Actually, we would have you speak under public communication. Okay?
Okay.
And that'll be the agenda item right after.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam President, we don't have any other student speakers.
Okay. Thank you to the student speakers who came on and shared some updates with us. We're going to go ahead and move to our classified Senate report. Terrence, are you on the line?
Yes.
No, Terrence.
Oh.
No, he's not.
He's not. I thought I heard him earlier. Okay, how about and if he does come on, we can go back to it. How about academic Senate report?
Okay. Mr. Moore, Dr. You're unmuted.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. You have to mute one of yours. I see that you're on twice.
On twice? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can't see myself, but thank you, members of the governing board and presidents. Don't see the chancellor, but yes, the faculty have been
working on all of this, as all of you know, and we're thankful that the colleges and the district are trying to provide resources to students, because as we're teaching, we're hearing from our students concerns they have. Most notably, most of our students have the types of jobs that allowed flexibility to go to college, and many of those kind of jobs, like restaurant jobs, have all been lost. And so there's issues with students, and students requesting EWs. I've had some students requesting pass, no pass, because they haven't been as attentive as they needed to be. So thankfully that the colleges are trying to provide resources, and if the federal government provides the care resources, the students will be helped. I just don't know if it's going to be soon enough and enough in order to help our students try to get through the rest of this semester. So the EW that's available for students might be the way to go. Our faculty are trying to do the best they can with the remote, and I think that's moving along. And every time I talk with faculty, they seem to be doing very well. So I think it will see how the outcome is come the end of end of May. And so as we move forward, while we deal with all of the different issues that we need to address, we hope that the board will really try to see what's going on with the faculty and the students in this new. Thank you very much.
Wait, he said, sorry,
Thank
you
you.
subtracted 1.5 from.
Thank you for that. Did we see Terrence Fisher come back? Trustee, Madam Clerk?
He says he's muted, but I just don't know. He hasn't named himself, so it's hard to see who he is.
I believe he's the phone number, Brenda, the 510.
Yeah, there's
Hello, Brenda, can you hear me?
I can hear you
Can you
now.
hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Okay.
So
Good
if I
evening,
could just have
President
you
Bonilla.
wait. Terrence, if I could just have you rename yourself too. There's several numbers, so it would help if you rename yourself.
I don't. What do you mean rename myself? I don't know which number I'm at.
Report. I'll try to do it on my end.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, President Bonilla, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Stroud, presidents, and guests. Tonight we have one campus report. The report is from the Berkeley City College Classified Senate. The Classified Senate held Zoom meetings on April 14th and the 21st. The staff continues to demonstrate their tremendous resilience and fortitude during the shelter-in-place order. The Senate has decided to create a team group to acknowledge staff during this time and share resources as they come. The Berkeley City College Classified Senate supports the new communication protocols. While initially jarring, many have witnessed too many unwanted and negative emails and are happy to see this intervention. The deadline for the Berkeley City College Classified Staff of the Year nominations are due April 30th. The next Classified Senate meeting is scheduled for May 19th. Concerning the new communication protocols coming from classifieds, access to the college FAS and District AS lists have now been limited for the sake of keeping to official business. Nevertheless, classified staff have the following concerns around the implementation of the new communication protocol. There are now approximately 18 new email distribution lists that must be maintained with regularity as employees move, come, and go. We recommend that the protocol and the responsibilities for maintaining these lists be conveyed in appropriate shared governance committees. A protocol should also be identified and conveyed to correct errors in the recipient lists. The procedure for informing IT, or the PIO office about new constituent leadership must be made known so that communication continuity can be sustained as new leaders transition to their positions. Consideration to form a new and representative committee should be considered to assist with working out the remaining details of the new communication protocol that includes classified staff, faculty, and administrators. That is the end of the campus reports. Thank you very much for your attention and support of the Peralta Classified Senate.
Thank you for that report, Terrence. We will move to public communication 2.1. Madam Vice President, do we have any speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 16 speakers tonight. Let's start with the first three. Thalissa Malagoli, Jennifer Shanowski, and Fred Burgoyne. Thalissa?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Thank you, Thalissa.
Where is she?
Yeah.
I'm not on camera.
Oh.
It's audio only?
Yeah, I'm doing it through my phone. I can see most of you, but I'm not on camera. Honestly, it just now showed the option to mute myself. Before that, it didn't even show that.
Okay, go ahead with your report.
Honestly, I was talking sideways with Max. I just wanted to talk about, as an international student that is paying international tuition, it was just to bring up the 2 weeks of class that were canceled. That's something also that my parents were asking me about, and I couldn't really inform them, give them any response.
So, yeah, LRI is the third from the left.
Thalissa, was that your question and comment, or did you have more to say?
It's just like, I know those are times that are like new for everybody, but I didn't understand why we didn't extend to this 2 weeks of class that got canceled to the semester, because me personally, I'm not only an international student, but I'm taking only STEM classes, so I have 2 lab classes, and it gets completely disruptive by doing it online. And there is a remote enrollment fee refund policy on the Berkeley City College website, but I don't know how does that apply to the current situation. According to the Berkeley website, it says that class cancellations is under the state mandated enrollment fee will be fully refunded if an action of the college, for example, class cancellation prevents you from attending class. I understand, like, there's no way of refunding the semester or anything like that, and I don't expect that. But my question is, like, what could be done to compensate in material or for the 2 weeks of class that got canceled? Because both my professors have told me, at least for the classes I'm taking, that they are not going to be able to give us the full material because of the 2 weeks that we didn't have classes.
If we say B5 is 568.
Thank you, Thalissa.
Then now, is it possible that we switched them up?
Can we ask that, Brenda, can you mute everyone who's not speaking? There's someone having a background conversation.
No.
Okay, we have Jennifer Shanowski.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted, so.
Yes, you are.
Thanks. Good evening. It's nice to see everyone, and I'm sorry that everyone can't see all of us as the public. While I understand that having members of the public participating in the meeting directly and making us visible is really challenging to manage, to see a district meeting with only administrative representatives and trustees visible removes the ability of faculty to fully participate in meetings, and it feels like another example of disenfranchisement. The PFT remains concerned about the loss of FAS access. While the district continues to pronounce that other options like Yammer exist, there have been several issues with our ability to communicate with not only our members, but members of other bargaining units. Also, as we can see from the way that these board meetings go, learning new technology is really difficult in the best of times, and faculty are not in the best of times and dealing with a myriad of new technology. On tonight's agenda is an extension of the resolution granting emergency powers to our chancellor. And that resolution, we're happy to see that it includes the statement once again that the district is committed to working closely with all collective bargaining units. I'm really happy to report that PFT met with the district yesterday in an attempt to resolve various issues that our members have been concerned about and that are in the purview of our collective bargaining agreement. And we really hope that such meetings can continue and will be productive in resolving the many issues that are already facing us, but also the issues that we'll be facing through the summer and in preparing for the fall. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you, Jennifer. Fred Burgoyne, Lawrence Van Hook, Adrian Riley.
Good evening. I don't know if you can see me. I cannot see you, but that's okay. I want to congratulate a lot of people who have been working really hard to get help to our students with grants, with help of all sorts. I can say that at Laney College, our president, our PIO are working very hard. Our VPs are working very hard to provide everything that they can for our students. And we're really thankful for that. Support to us faculty is also wonderful. I'm very happy with that. One thing that our president has done, because she was probably told to do that, was to start a Yammer group for Laney, which is now the preferred mode of communication. I can tell you we've got about, 20 people signed up out of, who knows, maybe a little bit under 1,000. That's great. The information is going around really well. That's really working now. We're still that's not me. We're still very concerned at Laney, at least at the Faculty Senate, with the elimination of FAS. And I know that you will hear more tonight about it. I can tell you, though, that it is an issue of free speech for us.
Fred, you're a little unstable.
It is going to be turned into another issue by other speakers tonight, I'm sure. But that's not what it is. And you're all frozen, so
Maybe we'll return back to Fred so we can have him repeat what he thinks he just said.
Okay, next are Dr. Van Hook.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Yes, we can.
All right. Lawrence Van Hook, president of the Peralta Association of African American Affairs. I want to first of all thank you all for allowing us to share, to the chancellor and her staff, to the trustees, presidents, and all of those of you who make up your official staff. I have so much I want to say, but I'm limited today to a resolution that I want to read on behalf of the Paul. And in additional meetings in weeks to come, I'll get a chance to say how I really feel from my heart. But I want to read this resolution from Paul. This resolution is a resolution in support of Dr. Regina Steinbeck-Strauss. The Peralta Association of African American Affairs present this resolution to the Peralta Board of Trustees on this day, Tuesday, April 21st, 2020, in support of Chancellor Dr. Regina Steinbeck-Strauss, who began her tenure October 2019. This was a mere 6 months ago. Dr. Steinbeck Stroud was hired to provide leadership for the Peralta Community College District and to give us through a most perilous period in history of this district. In addition, Chancellor Steinbeck Stroud has provided leadership in at least 4 major areas. Number one, work collaboratively to share her ideas to provide seamless and consistent customer service where everyone is treated with fairness, civility, and respect. Number 2, foster relationships built on trust by delivering consistent customer resolutions and inspire confidence and credibility. Be accountable, number 3, and ethically utilize the resources in an efficient and an effective manner. Number 4, encourage innovative and creative ways through an open exchange of ideas, progressive thinking, and responsible risk-taking. Whereas the Peralta Board of Trustees via Chancellor Steinbeck Stroud wishes to ensure the district and campus to adequately support and able to continue to provide educational services to students during this COVID-19 crisis. Whereas students are making great efforts to continue their education in the face of uncertainty and challenges occasioned by the necessity to participate in courses remotely due to the existing state of emergency. And whereas the Chancellor has led the district in implementing more than 25 recommendations from the Financial Crisis Management Assistance Team Report, thereby improving the district's fiscal integrity and stability. Whereas Chancellor Steinbeck Stroud has led the district in kicking off an $800 million bond program to improve the community's access to excellent educational facilities. Whereas the Chancellor has led the modernization of contract oversight process, thereby eliminating timely processes performed manually, often resulting in delays, execution, and payment. Whereas the Chancellor has recognized the structure and functions of the district to clarify central and decentralized services in an effort to be responsive to the 4 colleges. Whereas Chancellor Steinbeck Stroud has led the development and implementation of a strong financial aid infrastructure that is decentralized to the college's services and our students. Whereas the Chancellor has built a strong and talented executive administrative team, including welcoming at least 2 new chancellors, general counsel, and a vice chancellor of finance. Whereas the Chancellor has led the district to maintain institutional academic continuity amid a worldwide pandemic. Whereas the Chancellor and her leadership team is made up of a diverse, talented group of professionals who have committed their lives to work to serve. Whereas Peralta Board of Trustees must adhere to the accreditation policies and procedures, California Educational Codes, Title V, that allows the Chancellor to manage the district and hire a leadership team to accomplish their goals and objectives as stated. Whereas fractions in the district constantly demonstrate and articulate racist notions and their entitlement and privilege toward the Chancellor and the diverse talent administration. Whereas the chancellor was welcomed to the district on her second day of employment and to opening flex day with multiple board meetings by Peralta Federation of Teachers, PFT, with protests and confrontations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Peralta Association of African American Affairs, on behalf of its members, stands shoulder to shoulder with Chancellor Dr. Regina Steinbeck-Strauss and recognizes the significant contribution she has achieved thus far and support her accomplishments in the opening months of her tenure as chancellor. The Peralta Association of African American Affairs urgently and fervently requests the Board of Trustees to stand in support and encourage all segments of the district to work collaboratively with the chancellor as we face and will overcome these unprecedented challenges. Thank you so very much. Lawrence Van Hook.
Thank you. Adrian Riley, Carlos McLean, and Anita Black.
And Speaker Riley had ceded her time.
Carlos, Anita, Doris Hankins.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Okay, you can. Okay, good evening, members of the Board of Trustees, Chancellor Steinbeck-Strauss, college presidents, and the Peralta family. My name is Carlos McLean. I'm a retired Peralta Community College District faculty member with over 35 years of service and a proud, longstanding member of the Peralta Association of African American Affairs. Tonight, I am compelled to address the board, the Peralta Federation of Teachers, and others who have taken a very low approach with regard to working with our new chancellor of only 6 months. The failure to work with our top administrator, even before she began her tenure in this district, is unacceptable. The racial overtones are loud and clear. As someone who has dedicated most of my career working in this district, I see a pattern that has continued to evolve. If one takes a look back over the years that I've worked in this district, I have unfortunately witnessed a continuous attack on African American administrators, especially those in higher levels of leadership, regardless of how qualified they have been. But my colleagues, a small group of faculty members, have taken it upon themselves to focus on how to move against any and all African American leaders. The tone has been insensitive, unjust, and biased. At this time, when the Peralta Community College District is under the watchful eye of the Accrediting Commission, we should be working together to maintain the integrity of this district. Our mission is to provide quality educational opportunities for our community. The current message that is being sent to our students and the community is that possibly this is not the place to be, as evidenced in our declining enrollment. Our students should be our focus. During this time of a worldwide pandemic, I am concerned that we will all survive and stay healthy. For me, this is not a time to reprimand each other, but more importantly, the time is now to plan and prepare when we will get through the accreditation issues, strengthen our colleges, and get back to the charge of providing quality education for all that we serve. My charge to the Board of Trustees is to take a stand and work with our chancellor and those who are leading the district. You were elected to ensure that this district moves forward. The board's silence and lack of positive leadership sends a message that personal and professional attacks on our chancellor are acceptable within Peralta. For my fellow faculty members, take time to reflect on why you are here. Our students and the community are watching and listening. Time is of the essence. Let's stand together and get through this rough time. Let's be civil and collegial. I, as well as many others, support Chancellor Standback Stroud. She has come to this district with the energy and a focus to work with all constituency. Let her do what she was hired to do. Again, I want to impress upon the Board of Trustees to work with the Chancellor, not sit back and watch a sideshow. She may be our last hope before state takeover. I want to thank you for taking time to listen and hear, and I hope you heed my words. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Anita Black, Doris Hankins, Angela Cherry Smith.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
I had ceded my time to a fellow member should they need it to speak. I'll speak to you at another meeting. Thank you. This is Anita Black.
Thank you. Doris Hankins, Angela Cherry Smith, Ramona Butler.
Do we have Angela? Okay, and Doris Hankins, she ceded her time. So we'll go to Ramona Butler.
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, trustees, Chancellor Standback Stroud, presidents, faculty, and staff. My name is Ramona Butler. I am the EOPS Care Coordinator at Berkeley City College. I would like to take this time to address last week's public comments regarding the district's new restrictions to the FAS system. Excuse me, I'm a little bit nervous. As I listened to the comments made, most speakers stuck to the point of their displeasure with the decision to restrict their ability to send emails using the FAS system. It was very disturbing, however, to hear one particular person's personal attack on our chancellor and her staff. Chris Weidenbach, your comment, "I will not take lessons from my inferiors," really gave me pause. In 2020, and in a district of diverse employees and students, I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. First, who do you think you're talking to? That statement and who it was addressed to is racist, sexist, and supremacist. Second, if you would speak like that to our chancellor, your superior, you would speak that way to me as a classified professional and a Black woman. And now I'm concerned, and maybe some of the other people should be concerned, about how you speak to the students that you feel are inferior. Trustees, is this acceptable to you? How many of you have been called inferior in your careers, or referred to as you people, or referred to and pointed at as those people? PFT leaders, is this an acceptable manifestation of your displeasure with the district and the chancellor? This is unacceptable. We've all been hired, just like you, Chris, because of your work experience, your educational background, and because someone in this district continues to believe in those abilities. No one in this district is inferior. The chancellor has been hired by the board because they believe in her abilities, and I do too. She's been here for 6 months. Disagreement is natural. We don't all think the same way, and First Amendment rights are absolutely important. However, when you make it personal, that's when everything changes. I'm highly offended by your comments and the ability to make those comments, and I encourage you, Chris, to write a formal apology immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramona. Shirley Costin, Eleni Gastis, and Isela Santana.
This is Shirley Costin. I yield my time to other speakers.
you, Shirley. Helene, Isela Santana, and Andrew Park.
Hey, cool. It's unacceptable. Yes, it was kind of.
Okay. Is Isela there? You are unmuted?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. I'm going to read a letter that we wrote collectively, and we as in PACLA, the Peralta Association of Chicano Latinos de Aztlan. I'm Isela Gonzalez Santana, English Faculty and Learning Center Director at Merritt College. Some 15 years ago, the PACLA presented a brown paper to the Peralta Board of Trustees decrying the woeful and inequitable lack of Latinx representation throughout the ranks of PCCD employees, including administrators, faculty, and staff. This situation continues today and must be corrected. At present, there is concern among PACLA about a very deserving Latina administrator, Dr. Lilia Chavez, whose name is being forwarded to the Board of Trustees for appointment as Vice President of Student Services College. PACLA is 100% in support of Dr. Chavez's appointment and sees her hiring as a partial step toward balancing the scales of this atrocious representation of Latinx leaders in the Peralta Community College District. Dr. Lilia Chavez has faithfully, committedly, and competently served the Peralta Community College District for some 15 years as an administrative leader, exemplifying the highest values and standards of our colleges and district. Dr. Chavez exemplified through and through the PCCD value of improving the educational opportunities of our diverse communities. At Merritt College, Dr. Chavez continues her exemplary work, especially as this relates to serving the needs of our diverse population of employees and students.
Yeah, is it done?
As Director of Student Activities,
Only 45 minutes.
Dr. Chavez revamped and reorganized student programs to support the participation and success of students from all backgrounds. Her effort led to a multiculturally powerful grouping of students all working together to better the success of all diverse students and staff.
He's going to try to do something with St. Paul bank account.
Sorry, Isela.
A limited term.
Can we mute that somehow?
She organized all units under her charge and was known for her committed and competent leadership in training staff and organizing programs to be highly effective in support of students. Beyond this, Dr. Chavez worked tirelessly to help the Department of Student Services to function as effectively as possible. One such effort was Dr. Chavez's leadership and in completing all the student learning outcomes for student services. This was a Herculean task that possibly only a professional such as Dr. Chavez could accomplish. Again, PACLA and numerous colleagues across disciplines and programs have signed this letter unreservedly and completely support the appointment of Dr. Lilia Chavez to the position of Vice President of Student Services at Merritt College. Dr. Chavez has shown her mettle and stamina as a leader in our district and especially at Merritt College. Dr. Chavez has shown her commitment to the highest ideals of our district, the ideals of compassionate and competent service for the betterment of all our diverse communities. PCCD needs such leaders as Dr. Chavez, and PACLA stands firmly in support for the hiring of this most deserving and competent administrative leader. This was signed by faculty and staff, as well as classified staff across disciplines and programs. And I just want to also raise attention to, there was a memo or a little note from Margie Rubio in the chat. So when you get a chance, you can read that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Isela. Andrew Park, Margie Rubio, and Stephanie DeVito.
Can you, okay, I think I'm speaking. Thank you, trustees and representatives. This is Andrew Park. I teach physics at College of Alameda. Thank you for allowing me this time to share my concern regarding Peralta IT, information technology. Last week, this email went out, I think, to the whole district. The subject reads, PeopleSoft security breach resolved. The text of the email says, the Peralta Community College District experienced a PeopleSoft security breach that threatened our application infrastructure. IT staff identified the breach on Thursday, April 9, 2020. Information Technology Director Antoine Mehueli, engaged the 3 decisive steps. Then the email gave the 3 steps. The email continues after. This breach necessitated taking the system offline a day earlier than was planned on the regular maintenance schedule. The system was returned to full functioning on Monday morning as planned. Then the email ends by thanking the IT staff for working around the clock literally to keep PCCD's data and system secure. If you have been following what is going on with the Peralta IT system, this email raises more questions than it answers. Anyone in the district who has been reading their email knows that trouble with the PeopleSoft started almost a full month later. On March 20th, the district IT sent an email with the subject Emergency System Maintenance, which listed 3 PeopleSoft systems that will be unavailable during this emergency maintenance. After 3 full weeks of intermittent emergency and critical patch notifications, only on April 15th we are told for the first time that there was a security breach, and without any detail that it's resolved. This is not a new problem. I am reading from CBT Phase 1 report that this board studied in July 23rd, a study session last year. It says, in part, it is unclear to staff at the colleges how IT priorities are set. Colleges report that IT projects seem to fall into a black hole, quote unquote, are not finished, and people don't know what is planned for next steps or as a contingency. One of the bullet points says, communication of decisions made, software and transition timelines for implementation and other district-wide changes need to be communicated, again, quote, more transparently. Sorry, that's not quote. More transparently and timely to the colleges. I hope all these shortcomings that CBT Phase 1 report pointed out don't sound all too familiar almost a year later, and yet they are. We are not asking for something that is unreasonable or something that has not already been recommended by experts who looked at our district in depth. People that we paid a 6-figure consultant fees to. The email last week stated that, so we got one update since last week. That's the email that went out 2 hours before this meeting. It restated basically the same things that last week's email did, and it didn't add any new information. I urge the board to direct the chancellor to transparently and honestly engage with the faculty and staff as true colleagues and partners. Follow the experts' advice on IT security and communication with the colleges. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Margie Rubio and Stephanie DeVito.
Margie, she submitted her item through writing. So the next one?
Stephanie DeVito.
Okay. Go ahead, you're unmuted.
Can everyone hear me? Yes. Hello. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stephanie DeVito, and I'm a counselor at Merritt College. And I'm here on a happy errand because later in this meeting, you're going to have the opportunity to permanently appoint Dr. Lilia Chavez to be Vice President of Student Services at Merritt College. And we have got a winner. Now, I want to tell you, I have been at Merritt since 2009. And in those 11 years, I have actually worked for 11 vice presidents of student services, when you count all the interims. That gives you some idea of just how hard the job is, because these were good people, smart people. They came highly recommended from previous colleges and districts, and they could not do it. They could not stay. This position needs someone exceptional, and we're incredibly fortunate because we have someone exceptional in Dr. Lilia Chavez. Dr. Chavez has been here in the trenches with us for several years, started as a director, moved up to a dean, then to interim vice president of student services, and she has proved herself. She's had to prove herself. She's been faced with challenges that, as you can see from the turnover, really no one else can handle. And yet she's brave enough that she still moves forward and tackles the kinds of problems that have other people running away. So I'll give you an example. Last semester, student services personnel got together for an ad hoc meeting. This was just to solve some immediate crises that were impacting operations. This was a diverse group of people. There were almost 30 people in the room. All sectors of student services were represented from all different backgrounds. You know, these are folks who we don't agree on much, but that day we all agreed on one thing, and that is that Dr. Lilia Chavez should be Vice President of Student Services at Merritt College. You know, we felt so strongly about this, both the Classified Senate and the Academic Senate passed resolutions to this effect. Now just let that sink in. When was the last time faculty or staff passed a resolution saying something nice about an administrator? This is your opportunity to strengthen Merritt College by supporting student services, the division, and supporting the wishes of the people who have been working by and for and with Dr. Chavez. She has brought order to chaos. You know, when she became dean, she was given responsibility over some programs that were in big trouble, regulatory trouble, you know, the kind of trouble that administrators usually run away from. And she just rolled up her sleeves and walked in and righted the ship. It was hard, but this is how she has earned our trust. She has earned the widespread trust of this division, and the whole division is tuning in tonight to listen to item number 8 on the agenda. So I really hope you will support us, that you will support Merritt, and support someone who recognizes good work when she sees it and elevates to leadership positions the staff who have been working in these programs. It builds morale, it builds hope. We actually have hope. We haven't had hope in this division for years. I'm going to close with one example. When the COVID-19 crisis hit, it wasn't just students who are stuck without computers and adequate infrastructure at home. That applied to a lot of us in student services as well, who we either didn't have a computer, we had a computer, but we didn't have a microphone or a camera. We weren't able to connect with students because of this. Within hours, Dr. Chavez sprang into action and made sure that everyone who needed a laptop to do their job got one. Not only that, she didn't just equip, she provided the training. And when I say she provided the training, I don't mean she sent us a link to a Zoom workshop. She set up appointments one-on-one for each of us so that whatever problems we were having, and no matter how stupid we were feeling, we were hand-walked through the process of building for ourselves the equipment and infrastructure and training we needed to continue serving students. Dr. Chavez is the leader we need right now. So I'm really excited you have the opportunities to support her, and I'm looking forward to item 8 on the agenda. Please read my colleague Margie Rubio's note in the chat. I agree wholeheartedly with everything she said. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. I will bring back Fred Bourgogne since we could not hear a good part of what you had said because your internet was unstable. Are you still available?
I'm here.
Okay.
I can tell you my mood has changed a little bit. When I first wanted to address you, I was going to congratulate lots of people, administrators, staff, faculty, for an amazing job that we were doing. But having heard what I've heard, I'm more sad than anything else. I think that we've sank very, very low. And it's very sad. Tell you the truth, I'm not proud to be working at Peralta right now. However, I heard some people say how collaborative the chancellor was. I'm very envious. I wish I could feel the same. And it looks like I'm getting cut off again. I lost my video. There we are. Okay, here I am. I'm very envious of the people who think that the chancellor is collaborative. I really am. I wish I could feel the same way. We have not experienced that as a Senate or as a union. Emails have gone unresponded to, completely ignored. Donald Moore, our DAS president, reached out early on and requested collaboration and got no response at all. I requested from the chancellor a response from Laney resolutions. We heard nothing at all. So if that's being collaborative, then okay, so be it. I'm just sad. This is a very sad day for Peralta. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Madam President, that concludes our public comments for the meeting.
Thank you for that, and thank you for all of the speakers who shared with us this evening. Chancellor will move to 2.11, Chancellor's reports.
Thank you, Trustee Bonilla. I have, for the report today, I've asked the college presidents to be prepared to give you an update on the emergency funds issue with COVID-19 and the distribution of Chromebooks, just so that you can have that information. And before I turn it over to the colleges for their reports, then I also wanted to just let you know, Trustee Bonilla, that there was a student that spoke in public comment that seemed to have a question. We weren't able to really understand her question, but Dr. Brown is going to reach out to her to see if there's some way in which we can assist her. So I just wanted to let you know that. And with that, I'd like to call on the college presidents, if I could start with Dr. Karras with the College of Alameda.
All right. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you or see lots of names on my tiles on my screen. Love the Zooming. I just want to give a quick update on what we're doing at COA in our emergency preparedness for students on aid and Chromebooks. It's going to be similar, I think, to what we hear from my colleagues at the other 3 colleges. It's because we've worked really collaboratively with the vice presidents of student services, with the staff and student services to have one experience for most of our students, so they have equitable aid going out regardless of where they attend in Peralta. And so at COA, we're very proud that we launched online our webpage for the emergency aid grants today. So you can go to our website and get the aid for, and I'm sorry if you hear my cat now at the door. She is deaf and she is yelling at me. So she needs some aid after this, I think. And so we have some emergency food aid for students that they can apply for e-cards, either to Safeway or other vendors that we're providing to students, so they can go online through our hunger-free campus funds. We've brought together some other funds for some other grants for students, so they can go online. There's an online form to fill out. They do that. We process it for the aid. I think the big upcoming aid for students at all the colleges will be once we roll out as a district our CARES Act funds. That'll have significant funding towards our students. And then lastly, we are starting this week rolling out our Chromebooks to students. Our disbursement will begin on Thursday. I'll be on campus for 3 hours on Thursday handing out Chromebooks to our students. So I shouldn't say stop by and see me, because that's not good for social distancing and sheltering order, but just think of me. I'm going to be masked up and gloved up and handing students Chromebooks and hopefully making their educational experience a little bit more easy during these very difficult times. So those are just some of the items we have going on at COA, and I'm sure you're going to learn some more from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, President Karras. Can I please go to the Berkeley City College Interim President Stacy Shears.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, trustees. Good evening,
Dr. Stenbeck-Stroud, I'm happy to share some information that we have as well on emergency assistance for students. And we've done this in a coordinated way throughout the colleges, so it will sound similar to Dr. Karas's report. So we've got our emergency assistance website up as well for students, and we have $20,000 of student equity and achievement funds for emergency monetary assistance. We have grocery gift cards for students as well, $100 increments, because we usually have a very robust food pantry that students use that we can't run right now. So we're able to give that assistance. In addition, we're partnering with the Berkeley Food Network to also provide grocery bags of food for BCC students on Monday afternoons. They just need a few volunteers for help with that. So we're working on that assistance as well. And we had some existing Chromebooks. So we've been able to check out 86 Chromebooks to students so far. And we just got some more from the district from the new Chromebooks. So that's been exciting. And we've been checking those Chromebooks out at the entrance of the college with tables kind of in front of the doors to make sure there's social distance. And as Dr. Karas said, gloves and mask, and definitely social distancing. So students have been appreciative, and we can't wait until we get our CARES funding, because we're getting close to a point where we won't have a lot more assistance until we get that influx of additional dollars. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Shears. May I please have Laney College, Dr. Tamil Gickerson, please.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good evening, trustees and our community members. I'm pleased to give a report on behalf of Laney College. So similar to the other colleges, and my thanks to my colleagues, that was a great chuckle, Tim, tonight. We also have our resources up and going and prepared to do large-scale distribution of our Chromebooks starting tomorrow. We have been, I want to thank our machine technology program and our biology program, who've already been distributing and pivoting aid that they already had in terms of Chromebooks and Surface tablets to students over the last several weeks. A little bit different from the other colleges, I'm happy to announce two major things that are happening at Laney. One is the fact that we'll begin food distribution to students tomorrow. We have partnered with the Eat, Learn, Play Foundation, as well as the World Central Kitchen, to be distributing hot lunches to all of our community students. This is happening in partnership with the Curry Foundation. And so about what's happening is that this will become a distribution site for our students. We'll be doing this tomorrow. All of the food is from restaurants that are supported by the World Central Kitchen. They use local restaurants to keep them in business, and then they use local couriers who actually bring the food to the college site for distribution. So I want to thank Neil Bermenko, our food services manager, and our food services team for actually helping pull this off and get it off the ground. And we're looking forward to seeing if we can expand this to serve more in the community as well. In addition, I was invited by the Stepsky Foundation to apply for a grant to support students in these times. We were awarded a grant to provide both Chromebooks and 6 months of internet service to students. And so we are going to have the opportunity to serve 720 students with Chromebooks and 6 months of internet access. And our internet going on after that is $9.95 a month. So I want to thank Comcast, our partner Ken Maxey from Comcast, as well as the Peralta Colleges Foundation for their support. And I have a team of staff, including Arlene Lontock, Katrina Santos and Diane Chang, who is our Associate Dean of Educational Success, who've helped me with the application and the whole process for students to be able to apply for these things. So some of the other colleges, we've put out information about our other emergency grants, pivoting our hunger-free campus dollars into grocery card distribution, as well as taking funds from our student equity and achievement dollars to give out $500 grants to students as well. So I'm really grateful for the support, not only from the student services team at Laney College, but I want to also acknowledge the district team who's really helped with the background, including Dr. Sari Brown and folks within our finance department and our IT department to make sure that we could all do this together. So it's been a challenge, but also a really wonderful opportunity for our communities to rally together and rise to serve our students. So thank you so much.
Yes, that's me. This is what happens when you go last. I come bearing good news from Merritt College, but I won't belabor the points. We also are making emergency assistance available to students. We are also giving out $100 gift cards. Like Laney College, we are also partnering with Steph Curry and Aisha Curry's nonprofit Eat, Learn, Play. She explained everything that that organization does. As far as the Chromebooks go, we actually started distributing our Chromebooks today. So maybe Merritt College is first with that. Last with everything else, first with that. So we started distributing the Chromebooks. Students can come to the Merritt College website to fill out the form. And then once we verify the pertinent information, we notify students of the date and they can come to campus and pick up their computers. So we're very excited about the prospect of equipping all of our students with the technology and computers that they need to be successful. I'm gonna go off script for 1 second. I know we were all talking about things that we're doing for students, but I wanna shout out a particular student who wasn't here earlier this evening to give his report as the ASMC president. And that's Mr. Spencer Staggers Elmore. Just wanna note that he is Merritt College's selection for the Peralta Colleges Foundation President's Medallion Award. He serves as the president, as I said. He's majoring in anthropology and he's carrying a 3.88 GPA. So we made that decision last week. I spoke to him 2 days ago and he announced, I don't think he cares, wouldn't mind me sharing it. He's also just been admitted to the best college in the world. My alma mater, UC Berkeley, go Bears. He just got admitted. So Spencer will be attending up to Meal too. Spencer will be attending Cal in the fall. So I'm very excited and very proud of him. And it shows that we're doing what we're supposed to do in Peralta. So I'm just very proud of his accomplishments. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. And Trustee Bonilla, members of the board, that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Chancellor. Chancellor, I have also under your item a COVID-19 related status update as part of your report.
Yeah, those were the two things related to COVID, was the distribution of the laptops and the emergency funds availability to the students. And I asked the presidents to give the specific information of what was happening at each college.
Okay, so I think I'm definitely looking for some specific information as a result of, especially in light of some of the one of the comments from the students earlier about student fees. Can we get more clarity and more information from you, Chancellor, about the CARES Act and the distribution of those funds, and really just more background information about the funds overall? We know that there have been communication via EdSource, but I don't think the board has received details about the $7.7 million through the CARES Act.
Sure. So, okay, I can definitely do that. We had a presentation from Dr. Gilkison provided a presentation to the executive committee, and then as a result of that, then we knew to anticipate certain things, but we actually haven't gotten those resources yet. and we've applied for different resources. So we are now, I don't have the process to report to you right now because we're now working out the process of, what happens when it gets allocated. What happens when it gets allocated to the district? Where Dr. Walters is putting together.
I don't show up. I have to be seen.
You have our board clerk make sure that
you think?
No, that shouldn't be the
speakers
case.
are.
Start video.
Yeah.
How do I get to?
So Brenda, can you mute the participants? Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Chancellor, go ahead.
Yeah. So we're in the process now of working the pieces out in terms of how we will use the resources, allocate the resources. We know that 50% have to be used to be available for student emergencies. So they were giving you the details of that because we know that piece, but we have not gotten the other pieces from, the feds yet so that we can kind of figure out then how we allocate those resources based on the expenditures we have from COVID. So as that gets clarified and as we get more details with the receipt of those resources, then I can make that available. And if you like, I can just provide a trustees update that I usually do that just gives some background information on the CARES Act, what it means, how much we anticipate getting, though it's not determined yet, that kind of stuff. I can do that.
Okay, it would be helpful, Chancellor, for us, not so much about the CARES Act, but really about Peralta's plan. And the reason why I bring this up is because EdSource has put out two articles specifically related to the distribution of funds. And we have Peralta administrators who have been quoted in those articles. And so we definitely don't want to chase that information. We want to be ahead of that information for sure. And so a detailed plan about Peralta's specific plan related to the CARES Act dollars that are coming to the district would be helpful to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes my report.
I was on mute. I was just looking for hand raises from our trustees, and I don't believe I see any hand raises right now. Trustee Reese?
Right. Chancellor, can we just get clarification on refunds? So at this particular point, we are giving refunds for students that withdraw from the classes with an EW, right? We are, is that clear? I feel like some students still don't understand that isn't the case.
Yes, that is what we are planning to do. We're working out the details now, but if the student has to withdraw with an EW, if the student withdraws with an EW, then yes, we will provide the refund. And we're trying to figure out, the date, because a student can take an EW all the way a year out from taking the class. So we're trying to work out the specific dates that the student would have to choose the EW. And VC Brown, if you remember this discussion, can you add anything to that in terms of the student withdrawal, refund for a student withdrawal as when they get the EW and the international student? You're muted. You are on mute.
Okay, that's better. Thank you. Yeah, we discussed in cabinet, and VC Walter and I worked on some language. What we actually are doing is providing credit on student accounts for those who received or selected to receive an EW grade this semester. And the dates will be from 3/10, which is when we began the process of canceling classes for those 3 days, et cetera, around the COVID-19 crisis. And it'll go to the end of the term. Communication to students has not gone out yet. It will very shortly because there's a back end piece that's going to take some time for us. So what we're doing is we're working on that back end part, and then tracking the data around how many students have to date received or requested EWs, and how many units that is, so that we can pay attention to what it means fiscally as well. And then we also are refunding 50% prorated of the parking pass fees that some students who have cars paid since the COVID-19 crisis happened at the 8-week mark in this semester. And again, process-wise, behind the scenes, we're trying to figure out exactly how we can do that in a way that's easiest for students.
Thank you for working on the 50% on the parking fees, because I know that many districts are still kind of working that out. But I'm a little confused as to credit as opposed to a refund if they need it, because I believe, and you can let me know if this is not the case, but I thought that there was a clear directive from the state chancellor's office that students and their priorities and their refunds are to be given that the EW would be because of our current situation. And so we don't need to talk about that here, but if we could please make that clear to students, because there are some students who may not come back or who really need the money now, or they may not enroll for a couple semesters. And I think that we have to think about those circumstances.
Trustee Recess, I want to make the distinction though. The student gets credit back to their account. If they owe additional money for other things, then that's just it's the expenses decreased from their account. If they don't, then they get their money back. So yeah, it's not just a credit only, and then they have to come back in order to get it. It is a credit in relationship to expenses.
Great, thank you.
Oh, thank you for that clarification, Chancellor. So we're using credit and refund interchangeably here.
If I could add, there's a few things happening at once, right? So there are students, like the Chancellor mentioned, that still owe fees from previous semesters. They may be on payment plans, and there's a number of students in that situation. And then we also have students who are enrolling right now for summer and fall. So it will be a combination of credit and refund depending on what's happening with individual students.
Right. The bottom line is, if they owed money or they're signing up again, we don't go through the logistics of giving them the money back for them to be able to pay it back because they signed up for a class. But if they have a zero balance and they take an EW and they're not signing up in the future, for an example, they're not in the middle of registering, and there is a positive credit on their account, then they can get the money back.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, Chancellor, it looks like we're done with 2.11, Chancellor's report, and we're moving on to financial aid presentation.
Julina?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I will try to say something, but I don't have
Can I ask the trustees, because I'm looking at where you're able to raise your hands.
Where?
So if you hover again up above yours or go down to participants and you click on participants,
okay,
a whole list of panelists will come up and you're able to find yourself, hover over yourself and raise your hand.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, right. Trustee Weinstein, please.
Okay, thank you. I just want to comment about that last discussion. And I may be in the minority about this, but I am a little bit uncomfortable. Shh, Charlie. I am a little bit uncomfortable with the money going towards paying another debt. And I'm not really sure why we are doing that. I mean, students have a responsibility to pay their debts, but why we would take money from one course and put it to another course, I just don't understand the point of that. Can somebody explain it?
We can direct that to the Chancellor. Thank you.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is the students have the students have fees that they're responsible for paying, whether it's because they take 1 class, 2 class, 3 classes, plus parking, plus health, etc. They typically pay those fees. However, sometimes students haven't paid those fees, and they might be on a payment plan, or they may, for whatever reason, has not paid it.
Mm-hmm.
If they're not going to, if they're going to get credit back for, or money back for, let's say they're taking 3 classes and they owe us for 3 classes, and they're going to get money back for one of those classes, then if there is a negative balance still on their account, they still owe Peralta that money for the classes that they're taking. So we wouldn't give them the refund. It would be credited to their account. It takes their balance down.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my dog is interested in this issue. I think I understand it, but I just want to say, and this is, your decision to figure out how to do this. Stop it, Charlie. But, I've seen other debt agencies do something like this, where they take money from this area and they give to the other area. And I would just feel more comfortable if the student themselves then paid the money you returned to them, then they paid for what was left over, rather than us making the decision for them how to pay for it. So I just, maybe there are some responsibilities that you have that is, well, I don't think it's unknown to me what the responsibilities are, but I would just rather see a student pay for their debt rather than somebody taking the money and putting it towards the debt. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. I think we also need to better understand the role of the State Chancellor's Office in backfilling that debt to the district. I think that was a message that he clearly sent out, and that he assured that the districts would not lose funds or funding as a result of reimbursement of fees to students. So if Chancellor, if we could just have you kind of verify and in your next update to the board, bring that information back.
Sure.
Thank you. Trustee Handy.
I think that at this time, there's a lot of speculation going on without any data or any facts. First of all, there's a large percentage of our students that are not paying tuition, period. A very large percentage of our students that qualify for some type of funding. So it's not even an issue of them getting money back. It's an issue of how the state determines they're going to move those fees around later. So that's not even an issue. I'm not going to make an assumption that our students are out there desperately needing the small amount of money for classes, because we're not UC Berkeley or other colleges out of state where you're paying $676 a credit hour. I think that we're moving through a process that's never happened before. And we get our directions from the state chancellor that our chancellor is not making up how this is going to work. So I don't want to, at this time, look like or to speak to the fact that students who have not asked us yet, who are not questioning this, trying to say that they have these needs that we're not meeting. We're not there yet. And even when we get there, I think, again, a very large percentage of our students were not paying fees. So we have to trust the process. This is unprecedented. We don't know where it's going. But we all know that our priority is students first. If it wasn't, we wouldn't have just dropped $4 million for laptops to do everything that we could to assist them in this process. So let's not, as the Jamaicans say, borrow trouble that hasn't come to our door yet. Let's find out what the processes are and then put the processes out, whatever it is. And if a student has a particular challenge or whatever, then they can come and ask us about it. We have the foundation, which is working overtime to collect more money to make sure that students are getting money. They're working double time with their readers to award financial aid support. I mean, not financial aid, but awards through the foundation. And this process has been going on. There are so many people throughout the state, throughout the cities that are working on every opportunity to feed people, get them their needs met, provide hotspots or whatever. So I think at this point, it's a little early to be deliberating over something that hasn't happened and that we don't have control over anyway. Just letting students know that as soon as we know, we will certainly let them know. And as all of our students know, we will do the very best that we can to make sure that their needs are met.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. It looks like we can move forward to our financial aid presentation. Chancellor?
All right, thank you. May I have Dr. Siri Brown begin the presentation? And Brenda, yeah, okay, you got it. Thank you.
Okay, can everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, good evening, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, community, and colleagues. I'm pleased to be here tonight to give an update on financial aid. This is timely, considering we're talking about student and student needs. There's been a lot of work going on district-wide, the colleges and the district office, to address audit findings, to look at our processes. We have a consultant that's been working with us as well. And so although there's a lot of work to do, we're making good progress. And so tonight I'm presenting some demographics and other data and give you some information about where we're heading with financial aid district-wide. As everyone knows, student success is tied to a successful, efficient, and responsive financial aid processes. And so this is what we're focusing on, is how can we increase the efficiency of awarding students? How can we be more responsive to the financial aid needs of students? And how can we address the processes that are broken in some ways that have led to repeat audit findings? So first I'll cover some data so that people can get a sense of where we're at. And this is a chart that shows the annual financial aid recipients, the number of students, and it gives you 3 years from 2016-17 to 17-18 to 18-19. And you can see that the numbers for the California Promise Grant are 14,364 students who within that year received that grant, and then 6,711 the Pell Grant, and the number of loans and work study students. And as you know, the California Promise Grant as well as the Pell Grant are part of the student-centered funding formula, and you can see the declines in both of those categories. The declines are related to the decline in student enrollment, but we don't want that to be an excuse, because as FCMAC noticed, and as we already knew ahead of the FCMAC report, that we needed to increase our in-reach and our outreach and our processes so that we can increase the number of students who receive financial aid, including both of these grants. So that's where a lot of the focus of our work is on. The more we can award funds to students, the more students are able to persist. This gives an idea of the annual number of awards, again, for the same 3-year period and for the same categories. This year, the most recent year of reporting data in 2018-19, there were 36,122 annual awards and 11,371 Pell Grant awards. And you can see the number for loans as well as work study. And note that the number of awards looks higher than what you saw on the previous slide, because a student can receive multiple awards. For example, if you're if you received a California College Promise Grant, you can receive it based on student need. additional funds if you're a veteran, and other categories. This next chart shows annual aid amounts in dollars. Again, the same 3 years and categories, and the most recent reporting period of 2018-19 shows that we dispersed 11 plus million in California Promise Grant funds, 24 million in Pell Grant, and the loan amount and work study amount is listed as well. And these include federal and state grants, as well as institutional grants. And the next is average awards per student. And this is showing the average number of awards if you divide it by the total number of students, again, for the Pell Grant, the California Promise Grant, loans, and work study. And the average aid amount per award, the California College Promise, it shows you again the same 3 years, and you note in 2018-19 that the award amount is $313. The California College Promise Grant covers tuition primarily for students, and it's the Pell Grant where students really rely on the Pell Grant for paying other of their housely monthly needs in order to persist in their classes. So again, this is why the Pell Grant is a real focus for us in increasing the number of students who receive the Pell Grant. And the last set of data is student demographic data. It shows that 53.8% of African Americans are receiving financial aid. 45% of the 36 Native American, American Indian students are receiving financial aid. 42% of the 3,681 Asian American students are receiving aid. 36.8 Latino, multi-ethnicity, 42% of the Pacific Island students that we have, and 26.9% of the white non-Hispanic students that we have that are on financial aid. And then also the demographics by gender. Female students represent 42.8% and male students 35.9%. There are efforts underway under our current chancellor, Regina Stanback Stroud, to decentralize and to really put a lot of effort into strengthening financial aid. As a matter of fact, when she came to our district, she really focused on this as a #1 priority. And so some of the decentralization that's happened is that you may recall that we used to have a director of financial aid, one of them, and this person was at the district office and reported to the AVC or VC of student affairs. But since then, we all at Cabinet discussed how this should be decentralized. Matter of fact, this is the first unit to be decentralized, so that there are now director positions at all 4 of the colleges, and there's no director at the district. I believe that I know that all 4 hiring processes are in place, and you'll be seeing those come forward. This is actually a really important step for compliance. One of the colleges, it was a recommendation from the NSERD's audit that they received that they have an actual director that has experience in financial aid systems. And so it will strengthen our financial aids at the colleges for the auditors, and also for our ability to really address some of the process issues that have resulted in audit findings. And other things we are working on or have already accomplished is that we are systematizing and standardizing processes and procedures across the district. This is really a key focus for us, and I will admit that it's a very long list of things that we need to do. What I've found since financial aid has been moved under me is that there were not district-wide financial aid meetings. And so we had some variation in processes and some breakdowns in communications. We now meet regularly, consistently, and are systematically working on improving the processes. It'll take us a little bit of time, but But I expect within the next 6 months, there's going to be a lot of improvements that students may or may not really notice, but we'll know that we're able to award financial aid to more students, and that our processes are cleaned up in the sense that students will receive their aid faster, etc. And then, of course, we're all collectively addressing the audit findings, particularly for the one college who has had repeat findings, and another college who also has had one audit finding that has repeated. And we've cleared up one of those categories, and we're working on clearing up the other two, so that because our goal is to have 0 financial aid exceptions on the next audit, and everyone's in agreement with that's where we're headed. And I feel good about the progress we're making in that. Also important is that the Board of Trustees, thank you for this. You approved the purchase of Campus Logic. That's actually going to be transformational for our financial aid processes, because if you recall, what it does is it takes students out of a paper process into a digital process for submitting their forms to financial aid. So they can take a picture of their taxes, they can take a picture of whatever documents they need to submit or forms to financial aid, upload it into their financial aid file. The financial aid staff can then see it and process it. And this was the first 3 years was paid for from a financial aid technology grant from the state, over $430,000. So it's very positive. We're already really in the installation phase for this, working very fast. It's a priority. And IT is working with our district financial aid analysts, and they're moving this project forward. Today we had a demo from Campus Logic. We already knew what the product was, but many of the financial aid staff had not seen what the product really will mean for students or for their work. And so we had 25 financial aid staff and administration on a demo today, so they can see the student-facing side of Campus Logic, as well as some of how it will impact their work. And we're expecting, just from Campus Logic installation alone, that the number of Pell Grants will increase. And this is what their data shows as well, because we're able to decrease the processing time to finalize a student's package by 4 to 6 weeks. And that means that students will get approved for their financial aid, receive their financial aid in a much quicker process, and be able to upload those documents and not have to lose track of them on either side, either the staff or the student. We also are looking forward to the PeopleSoft upgrade to 9.2, because we know that there are actually aspects in PeopleSoft that we could open up now that could help financial aid, and certainly with the upgrade. So in this next year, as that moves forward, we'll see even more assistance with reconciliation and return to Title IV and all these kinds of things that have showed up on audits and will improve our processes. And we have received another financial aid tech grant that next year will help us identify some more technical pieces behind the scenes. So with Dr. Marla Williams, she's been helpful in going to all the colleges and interviewing the financial aid staff and administration. She came to 2 or 3 of our district-wide meetings, listened, led us through an activity, and has produced some recommendations and findings to us. And again, this is helpful because there are so many challenges and so many things we want to upgrade that we appreciate the assistance in helping us process together and prioritize what we'll address first, second, third, and so on. And so I won't go through all of these. It's kind of some of what I just spoke of. But of course, on the left-hand side is part of our focus, which is the return to Title IV failures that we have had and have showed up as audit findings, the reconciliation with compliance, and the COD problems that we've had that also showed up as repeat findings. One of the examples of a solution that we have already put in place and have now used for 4 weeks is a new business process for the fund drawdown of Pell Grants and direct loan direct loan financial aid programs. So prior to this new process, district finance was having to find the funds, use Fund 1 to cover the financial aid awards that would go to students within that week, and then come back around and get the money from the federal government to replace those funds. And district finance was really insistent about there's a better way to do it. And so we all came together and we discussed what was happening, what the problems were. It was a pretty heated meeting, I will say. But then we came together and we realized that we could have a new process that instead of having to rely on Fund 1 to cover before the federal government compensates us back, that we could have the colleges submit every Monday morning, so every Monday and Wednesday, so that then the district can do its part, and that way we receive the funds from the federal government prior to the disbursement to students, and the students then receive their funds on time. We've tested it for the last 4 weeks. We've had technical problems on the IT side that have impacted this, but we're seeing that already it's working, and district finance is happy about that, as are we. So it's just showing how if we standardize and we problem solve together, that we can come up with processes that are more efficient and work better for our district and ultimately for our students. The last few slides I wanted to show you is that perhaps you're reading about COVID-19 and the impact on financial aid, and we've all been paying attention to the guidances from the federal government, from the state around financial aid, hoping for flexibility. It did take a little while until we got this, but we were happy to receive information that's very clear that we can communicate to students, because students were very concerned, as were we, about if they use the excused withdrawal, how will it impact their financial aid? And given the crisis, many students have chosen to accept, to elect for the excused withdrawal grade. So the student work study students are able to work throughout the rest of the semester, or be paid throughout the rest of the semester if there is no work remotely, and that was approved by the federal government. The excused withdrawal grade that many students are taking in this crisis time will not impact their SAP, that's their Student Academic Progress Report. And the SAP, if you drop under normal circumstances, it will impact your aid, your ability to receive aid the next semester. So this was important for students in this crisis. The federal government has allowed students who drop out of college to exclude this semester from loan eligibility, Pell Grant eligibility, and waives the return to Title IV. And so there's a lot of there's a lot of flexibility around if students have loans now and they're paying them back, there's flexibility there as well. And as well as the institutional refund that would have been required if we were not in crisis mode. So that's all good news for students. We've received lots of emails about this. The colleges have even received more than the district has. And we've communicated this on safe.peralta, as well as emailed this information to students so that they can make an informed and empowered decision about whether or not they want to take an EW grade or not, and what impact it will have. And then the college presidents reported to you directly and specifically what they're doing at their campuses. It has been great work to work together to figure out very quickly how can we award students emergency grants and not have to have them come to the colleges and receive a check and pick up this and fill out that form. Everything is electronic. I think the presidents and the vice presidents of student services, they just had these really innovative ideas to throw on the table. I thank district finance for working behind the scenes, because it sounds easy to do some of these processes when in actuality, behind the scenes in PeopleSoft, there's a lot of work that IT and finance had to do in order to make sure that we could load these funds onto Bank Mobile, students' Bank Mobile cards, so they can just use their card. The Peralta Foundation, a special thanks to Lanice Jones, who's been pushing us around the AT&T donation. And so there's even a special fund just for Oakland Promise students. So this is just a little information about those, and you'll receive more information specifically about the CARES funds, as the Chancellor indicated, when we have the details about how those will be allocated to students. So I thank you for your time, and thank you to everyone who's helping us move financial aid forward.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Trustees, are there any questions for this presentation?
So let's look at the hand raising. Please raise your hand if you have questions. It looks like we have student trustee Romina.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you for that detailed presentation. As a student, not really knowing exactly what's happening behind the scenes at the district and at all the colleges, I know for students like myself and across the district, it is really appreciative that we did get a detailed presentation, because I know myself, along with other students, have been wondering what exactly is going on with not just the financial aid aspect of it, but also with the taking a W during this semester and during this pandemic that we're all facing. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Trustee Contreras.
Thank you, student trustee Contreras. And we have trustee Weinstein.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So thank you, Dr. Brown. That was a really good presentation. Really appreciate it. And it's really nice to see the different statistics and data, and very nice to see that we have focused on decentralization, and also strengthening financial aid. I think both of those are terrific. It seems like something we were heading towards for a long time, but I'm glad that we're actually doing it now. And I'm glad about the audit, that we are also making progress with the audit, since that's really important for FCMAT and everything else for us to move forward. I wanted to ask your opinion. When you look at all the statistics, all the data from the different scholarships, etc., like, do you know how it influences the academic success? Like, do you have a sense of that?
We know that, and there's certainly lots of studies that indicate that there are thousands of students in Peralta that would not be able to attend college at all if it were not for financial aid. I mean, you would know that anecdotally, as well as we would know that by research. And the Pell Grant, like I said, is even that much more critical, so that, yes, tuition is paid and covered. That's good. That's important. But going to college is so much more than just tuition. It's all those books. It's the rent. It's all of those things. So there's a direct connection between, can I afford to go to college so that I can focus on my classes and complete my classes. And I'd be happy to share, any studies that we know of, because we keep up on these things with you as well.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez Ewan.
Thank you very much for the presentation. That was actually really exciting to see the both the breadth and the depth of the changes that we're undergoing. And so thank you and your staff for really extraordinary vision and work. I'm wondering whether the board might be provided with a timeline and kind of I don't know, for a checklist or some kind of a Gantt chart or something like that, so that we could say, oh, okay, so hiring is going to happen in these times, training is going to happen here, we're changing these processes, and this is our timeline, and then this is what it's going to cost us, so that we understand that you and your staff have been empowered, authorized, and funded to do the work. I know a lot of times we have aspirations, and as you mentioned, there's like all this PeopleSoft stuff that happens in the background, and it's like you just run into a brick wall, and then IT says, well, we don't have the money to do that. We were only funded to do this. So to get the big picture, and then if we could have that, then when we, you come back in 4 months or whatever it is, and you say, well, here's where we are, and we hit these milestones, fully for us. And then if we're not hitting those milestones, we as a board understand, well, what did we run into that made it so that we didn't hit that? If we could have the kind of clarity that you just laid out, Dr. Brown, on financial aid, if we could have that kind of clarity on every kind of reform process that we're trying to engage in the district, boy, we would be in so much better shape, wouldn't we? Yes. And so just being able to see those things visually, and then in particular, there were a couple of legal compliance issues that you raised, audit issues, and if those got ticked off as well, and then, then I think the board would feel so much more excited and positive about all of the changes that you and other workers in the district are going through. Thank you very much. Look, I'm just one trustee. I don't order anybody around. I'm just, from my perspective as a trustee, I work that way kind of visually and with timelines and such. And so it would be helpful for me. You obviously need to work with the chancellor and figure out whether you think that is appropriate. And then the board can have its discussion and say whether that's something as a board we'd like. So I've just put that out personally. That's the way my mind works. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Any other trustees? Trustee Reese?
Vice Chancellor Brown, thank you. That was a great presentation and very, very helpful. I'm looking at the PowerPoint presentation, and on the page or slide 8, you made a notation on the bottom that says financial aid awards data was obtained from DataMart, and then the headcount of students were obtained from internal databases. Could you explain that? Because that for me poses a bit of a conflict in terms of us taking the awards and the student count from 2 different places, when I'm sure that the DataMart awards and the DataMart students, student count would be different than the internal awards and the internal headcount.
Sure, I can answer that easily. The DataMart data is actually our data. It's what we submit to the state, and then they just present it back to us in a way that if you've been on the DataMart website, you can pull up all kinds of different cross analysis of our own data. Right. So in essence, it's both Peralta data.
Great. Then I guess the question that I have then, given page 8, when it talks about the student demographics as well as the number of students, on the DataMart, the Chancellor's Office DataMart, we have 50,876 students. And on your PowerPoint, we have the unduplicated headcount at 36,664. And the reason why that's a bit of a conflict or a bit of a problem, seemingly, is that one of the things that the FICMAT report had said to us was that both in terms of our Promise awards as well as our Pell awards, we were not quite at the statewide benchmark. And had we been, we would actually get, I think, along the lines of $1.9 million more, $4.7 million more, respectively. And so now, because we're taking the student count from our internal and we're taking the award count from the CCCO DataMart, our percentages are different. And so if it's the same information that we're giving to the DataMart, to the Chancellor's Office, then why don't we use that information for the head count for the PowerPoint?
Okay, I understand the question. I'm gonna, my Associate Vice Chancellor of Institutional Research is on the line.
Great, thank
and
you.
I'm gonna have him give you a better answer than I probably can.
Thank you, thank you.
Hi, this is Tito, an Associate Vice Chancellor of IR. You may remember me once.
Yes,
Back in
thank you.
February when I went to present. Very valid questions. Thank you. Very good questions. It's a common misunderstanding when folks look at data on Data Mart. And so if I may share the process a little bit, I think it will shed some light on why data has been considered the way that they do. For every community college district, if we're a multi-college district, the district center would usually, the district IR team, or sometimes it would be the district IT team, depending on the places, would submit data on behalf of each one of the individual colleges with separate individual files. When it goes on to the data mart, the short answer is that number that you see for Peralta CCD is incorrect. Because what they do is they take the number for 4 colleges and they roll them up together into one, right? So it's just, they just straightforward add them together. That's not a correct methodology. So the data mart that you actually see for PCCD head count, that's not the correct number, because what they're not considering is the unduplicated head count, right? Because what we have is our students attending multiple different colleges. So the reason why we take data from 2 different places is because the data that we push onto Data Mart, at least for the financial aid portion, that's pretty good data. And that's public data. And because this is a public presentation, it was snapshotted at a particular point in time. So that's our point of reference. For our baseline, our denominator, which is all Peralta CCD students, the best way to have approached that was go into our internal systems to see what is a rough estimate at that point. So it just really comes down to these understanding the timing, how each data system is captured and reflected, and where is the best, most accurate sources to go to in terms of computing the best estimate. So what is presented tonight is the best estimate that we can produce. It is not it is not 100%, because if the next day you go and look at the data or a month later, it's gonna change. Because we're a community college system, and unlike the 4-year university, where they have a captive audience, you have a cohort that enters, that cohort usually stays through 4 years, or they change very little. We're open access, students are coming in and out constantly. We have processes in which people update data well after the deadline, which is something that we're working on keeping to make sure that data is updated more accurately, more timely. But the short answer is the data on Data Mart, the total aggregate is not correct.
And I can correctly assume then that the awards on Data Mart and the awards on our internal database would be the same.
It would be the same because yes, we submitted those files to them. But what is confusing at times is, why don't we go into our own internal system to see, well, as the data gets over to the state chancellor's office, they do their own manipulation and definitions of how that data should be defined. That's why for the awards, the best and most accurate place to go to is the data that is already publicly available.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. That was very helpful. And then I guess my next comment would just be to Dr. Stroud, because I think it deals with financial aid, but also the finance office. Chancellor Brown had made allusion to this, but again, the FCMAT report had talked about the reconciliation report, specifically the $380,000 that still had not been reconciled at the time of the report. Can we have a presentation or a loop back around to the board when that finally is reconciled so that we know that that particular loop has been closed?
Trustee Reese,
yes.
that may have been included in the FCMAT draft FCMAT report that I provided several meetings ago. I'll go back and look and see, but I think that we provided that background, that answer.
Okay, I'll check it out.
I'll go back and look for it.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none. Dr. Siri Brown, thank you so much for that presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And we will move to item 4.1, consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve, please?
Motion.
I believe 4.1 and 4.2 were moved to action. Am I correct?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just going through consent. So I'm just on consent calendar. And so the consent calendar has been, there's a motion and I need a second.
Second.
And we have a second. And let's go ahead and do a roll call. Thank you.
Thank you. Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We will now go to the pulled action items, and I will go ahead and start with action item 4.1. So can I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
It's been moved, and do we have a second? Madam Clerk, did you get the second?
Was that Trustee Reese?
I think Trustee Contreras.
And Trustee Contreras? Okay, thank you.
Okay, and let's go ahead and open it for discussion. Starting with Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. I pulled this item from consent to action. As we will remember, we some time ago changed the threshold with that the chancellor has to engage in contracts on her own without board approval from $25,000 to $50,000. At that time, thankfully, the chancellor began engaging in monthly report of all contracts. Prior to that, we hadn't been getting monthly reports on all these independent contracts. So one, I want to thank the chancellor for doing that. It's actually part of board policy and or administrative policy or procedure, one of the others. But at the same time, there are two, I think, shortcomings with this report. First of all, I pointed out at the last meeting that in order for us as a board to make sure that we are not engaging in conflicts of interest, we need to know who the principal the principals are in a lot of these companies. And in some cases here, you can see who is the person, and then you can say, all right, I have an association that I shouldn't, conflict, et cetera. But in some cases, we're not getting that here. And so that continues to be problematic. I think that actually needs to be an essential component of our reporting so that we understand where is the money flowing and how do we make sure that we're not violating conflict of interest. The second part is in the item itself, it says that the deliverables are laid out in the item. And what I'm finding is that I really can't, in many cases, tell what the deliverables are. And so I'm finding that somewhat problematic. I think maybe even just one or two more sentences. I'm sure these contracts have quite a bit of detail to them, but in the sort of the very broad strokes generalities of them, it's hard to tell. I fully realize that the very first few reports were massive, and it would have been really difficult to go back and recreate all the deliverables. But I'm requesting that moving forward, the board be given just a little bit more detail so that we can provide the fiscal oversight that we're charged with providing. And right now, it's very difficult to do that with the thin description. And then the last thing that I think it would be really helpful for the board to get is some assurance, especially when a contract is being renewed, some assurance on a routine basis that the administration is evaluating deliverables and is finding the progress on deliverables satisfactory. As we know, sometimes contracts just get turned over and over and over. Never, we don't have any real way of knowing whether an evaluation is being done and what the outcome of that evaluation of that contract was. And so somewhere in this process, if there can be assurances that each contract has been reviewed and that there are no objections, a box that gets checked off that, the overseeing administrator has to sign off and say, yes, I am taking responsibility for this contract. I am assuring my superiors, my report, the person I report to, and then ultimately the board is in, that I'm taking responsibility for this. I think that would be super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Any other questions from trustees? So, Chancellor, I do have one question. In looking at this attachment, I'm not sure why there is a person or a vendor, contractor or vendor, listed twice for two different amounts with for the same purpose. And I think that needs further clarification.
Hold on one second. James. Let's see.
Trustee Withrow?
I'm sorry. No.
Okay.
I was not on mute.
It looks like it's a contract extension.
Yeah.
In terms of the comments from the other trustee, I think we can add a column of, or not a column, but we can add further detail in the purpose column, and that'll address that. So if the board is okay with us going back and adding the detail that's requested, I'm fine with doing that if that means you vote no on this report and we amend it and we bring it back for the next meeting. And we'll also add in the additional contracts that come up between now and that 2 to 3 week period.
That's good.
This is a ratification, so I'm not sure. I don't mind getting the information moving forward as Trustee Gonzalez when pointed out, but I am looking for clarification on somebody who's listed twice on here.
Right, and so the two contracts, since they're from different amounts, it's a possibility that it's simply an extension of the contract, but I don't have that particular information at my fingertips right now, which is why I'm saying that when we add the additional information in the purpose column that was requested, that would be able to address that issue as well.
Okay. I find that satisfactory as long as we get that. As long as we go back, we can go back. I don't mind approving this item with those updates, and so this document moving forward, Chancellor, if that's okay with you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And while we're at it, if we could just put the purpose for D&D Crawford, since that is blank.
Yes, we'll do.
Okay. And if there are no further questions, we will go ahead and do a roll call on this item.
Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes, sorry.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Suen?
Abstain.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli-Abella-Ruiz?
Yes. You okay, Brenda?
Sorry. And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4.2, consider approval of the CBT, which is Collaborative Brain Trust, a technology master plan project, and the amount not to exceed $76,400. Motion to approve?
Yep, so moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And we will open for discussion. And who would like to start us off? Trustee Gonzalez.
Why don't we let Trustee Weinstein start, please?
Thank you. Thank you for seeing the hand raised. Trustee Weinstein.
Oh, hi. Thank you. So I have, I guess, several concerns. Since I've been on the board, it seems as if we've had a number of these written plan projects. And even if we haven't, you're recommending, it seems like a CBT for what, $76,000 or $79,000, which seems to me like a lot of money for a plan versus operational. And so I'm just wondering why it seems like we're always in the situation of writing plans and we never operationalize it, number one. Number two, why are we choosing this company over, for instance, the other, one of the other companies, which was the college something or other, which was less expensive? Could you say why you're choosing the more expensive one? And third, isn't it possible at all for our administrators or faculty, I'm not sure who works on this project, or our IT people, to write this plan themselves rather than we have to continue to bring in consultants and then it doesn't ever seem to operationalize? So could you answer those questions? Thank you.
Sure, I will start the answer and I'll ask GC Wharton to speak to it.
Okay.
The first thing is your question about why we chose this one over the other two. One of the proposals is $256,000, and so I immediately eliminated that one. And the other proposal, though it's less expensive, I did a little bit of work and saw that we've had a history with the organization before, and in the context of that history, there had been some disagreement and some legal actions, and I didn't think that it would be appropriate for us to revisit that. The third thing is that I am recommending Collaborative Brain Trust for a number of reasons. One, they have a deep understanding of not just the Peralta district, but the Peralta district in the context of the comprehensive approach that we're trying to have in making sure that we have the appropriate infrastructure in place for us to be able to carry out the responsibilities and meet the mission. We have a district of staff that are have some familiarity with their processes and some comfort with their processes as well. They have a collection of expertise that we need to have access to. And, you know, quite frankly, the district, when I came in, one of the questions that you asked me was, why can't we get a technology plan? What I did discover is that we have a technology plan that I think ended in 2018. And so we are looking to update the technology plan. Is some comprehensive work that is going to be required? And no, we do not have the capacity to do that.
So when I came in October, I asked the Vice Chancellor of Technology to start doing the technology plan. And over a period of months, he was not able to move that. And then ultimately, because of the lack of capacity, then my goal was to get it done. So I put forth the recommendation that we have someone help us. I also know that the technology component was one of the components of the original CBT project that they put forth, and the board at that time, I think it was a component that cost close to 100,000 or perhaps 90,000, and that the board rejected that and said that they thought we had the capacity to do it in-house. So that's why you don't have a technology plan right now, because that was not part of the overall initial CBT initiative. So I'm bringing it back to say, if we want to have a technology plan, our best opportunity is to develop the capacity to do that through a consultative process that can help us bring one to fruition. And then, Mr. Warden, if you want to make any comments about that or provide any clarification, I appreciate that.
Sure. Thank you, Chancellor. With regard to the need to bring in a consultant, one of the issues we have in the district is the inability to communicate across departments within the district office, and then also even to some extent amongst the colleges. So when we're looking at building out the IT infrastructure, we can go to the vendors such as an Oracle or SAP or whatever the case may be, and they can build us what we're asking for. But if we're not asking for the right things, then we don't get the business solutions that we need. The value that the consultancy brings is that they help us identify those. Well, one, we express the business needs that we have, and then they can help us communicate that and look at how we integrate those things, where there are synergies, if you will. And then once we have a really good understanding of the business need and the needs to communicate across departments and amongst the colleges, then we can go to the vendor and say, this is the solution that we need you to build. And not having that in the past is why we, to a certain extent, have a little bit of a potpourri, if you will, of different technologies in the different groups that provide some solutions, but they don't provide all the solutions that we need.
Thank you. So was that true of the last company that wrote the project plan? Was there a difficulty with operationalizing what they were writing, or did you think that the plan was not good?
I was not here at that time. That predates my tenure with the district.
Okay. Okay. I worry that that we'll have a really good plan, but we won't be able to operationalize it.
Well, to a certain extent, that will not be true in this particular instance, because we have to do upgrades to the system, and because it's no longer supported by the vendor. And so since it's now antiquated technology, as we are working on bringing it to date, that also incorporates part of the strategies that we would be discussing with CBT.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. Trustee Handy?
Just responding to Karen's questions. An institution is only as good as its technology. And our server was down for 5 days. That cuts off all functioning. So you can't just go and pick and choose like in a used car lot. If we don't find if we don't know what our needs are, if we don't have someone to help us move through this technology plan, we will continue to be dragged down by the fact that these systems are not in place. We were moving in the direction, but again, there are people who write technology plans. There are consulting firms that do this type of thing all the time. Doesn't mean it's good, it doesn't mean it's bad, but if you don't have someone who can tell you what it is exactly that you need, and a needs assessment, which we will be redoing again in this plan, then you get screwed. I mean, when they went out before, when we had someone in charge who knew nothing about PeopleSoft. And PeopleSoft's first offer to us was $750,000, and then we went to 1 point some million. And then when we changed the leadership, we had to cut out a lot of consultants and things that were basically going to try to take us to the cleaner. So we have to know what our needs are. There has to be a needs assessment. There has to be an analysis. And then there has to be someone that is going to move us through this process until we get leadership over there again. It couldn't have happened at a worse time for us. But I'm glad that the chancellor did look at different organizations, and through a process of elimination of those who did bring forward proposals, I think that at this point, it makes sense to go with someone who is a bit familiar, even though I wasn't, thrilled with the whole process, but understanding the situation that we're in, I think it's good that someone who has some familiarity with our institution, that has done some preliminary work, but now is going to go back through under leadership. Understand that when we had those reports done before, we went through 2 different interim chancellors. Now we're on a different trajectory. So I do believe that under the leadership of our chancellor and specific needs, and she assured me that there is going to be needs assessment. So they're going back to the colleges and asking them specifically what their needs are. I think this is the only chance that we can do only thing that we can do on an interim basis until we identify the true leadership. We do not have that in that department. We do not have PeopleSoft specialists. We do not have technical architects. We don't have that. We lost that a while ago. So like I said, this is the worst possible time for us to be in this situation. But I'm glad that the chancellor is moving forward to keep the district moving. It's going to be a lot of bumps. I mean, everything is really bumpy right now. But on this, it's not that we have a choice, Karen. This is something that is necessary to keep the district moving. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you. I want to echo what both of my colleagues have just said in terms of raising concerns. I think we've had enormous turnover in our IT planning. And so I'm going to raise some general concerns and then one specifically here. And I want to first say, look, the McCallum Group, the Collaborative Brain Trust, they've done reasonably good work. So I think we have reason to think, all right, maybe they could do that. Having said that, the process of bringing consultants into our district is always challenging. And in this case, I'm reading what the deliverables are. And basically it's like, well, we're going to coordinate and do some information gathering among the people who are already here. And then we're going to write this up. And it strikes me that that is exactly what any IT staff within the district should be doing. But what we're going to do is we're going to pay somebody $75,000 or $78,000, something like that, to go do that work, gather that information, and then hold that information. And they will be the holder of the relationships that then have also been developed between the various players. And then at some point down the road, maybe we'll get a new IT person who will then take that on. But really, this should be done in-house. And, maybe we're too thin right now to do it in-house, but I find this problematic. I found the last Collaborative Brain Trust contract problematic because really that work should have been done by our vice presidents of instruction, and other internal staff, but we paid them over like $500,000 or something like that to gather that information and then put it into a report, but mostly walk away with it. And I think that's really a problem. I also want to say that, every time we deal with IT stuff, I think anybody who's been on this board for a while, all of our red flags go up because the last big IT plan that we had that came to us, the administration came to us, said, here's what it's going to cost. And then within 6 months, they basically doubled the cost again. So I think we have every reason to be gun shy and especially gun shy with a contractor who will have far less accountability than somebody in-house. So I find this entire thing really problematic. And frankly, I wonder whether, if in fact we do not have the capacity right now to do this plan, maybe we should wait until we have that capacity. Because if we don't have the capacity to do this plan, do we have the capacity to implement it? Aren't there other things that we're dealing with right now that we've got our hands full on with? We could wait until we bring in the capacity and then have that person do this work. Is it really going to help us so much more to pay somebody $75,000 to do this work? Couldn't we free up some of our staff right now who have the capacity to do this work by paying $75,000 for somebody to backfill their work so that we rely on in-house expertise? I just find it really problematic that we spend money on contractors without barely thinking about it very often. And again, look, Chancellor, you've walked into a technological nightmare mess here. And I realize you're just doing what you can try to figure out how to do. But I think, all of us on this board have every reason to be a little gun shy on this. I'm going to support this, but I've flagged all the issues here that I think we should all be thinking about. And I'm going to cross my fingers and wish you luck on this one. Pray that we get this sort of right, because we've been burned so many times. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez-Wynn. Trustee Handy?
We're in a pandemic and nobody's applying for these jobs. We have no capacity in-house for any of this. And technology is specific. If you are not skilled in that area, you cannot do anything. I cannot go out and carve a statue. I don't have those skills. I can barely get this computer to work right. You can't just call somebody up or walk somebody up or somebody who is working there and think that they're going to have specialized skills. Even the chief architect of technology skill is very different than the managing of employees. It's very specialized. That's why hundreds of millions of dollars are spent daily on technology in every corporation or whatever possible. So to think that we were just going to have somebody who is working for us that is going to be able to step up and take over where we've already spent $52 million over the years it's just not gonna fly, folks. We don't have what is needed. We couldn't have this meeting without technology. Do you guys get that? Nothing functions in an organization without its technology. So right now we've got to do what we've got to do. And then we also have to find the next steps. Those positions are going to have to be filled. You can't put Band-Aids on major surgery. So it's been quite evident in the challenges that have been going through. So we have to support moving forward. And there will be, this is only the beginning for the Chancellor. It is not a free ride. If we had outsourced this whole thing, rather than having employees internally, again, we're back at that $1.3 million. And you all know that we were being taken for a ride because our last chief information officer saved us. Though there were trustees that were saying, oh, well, can we keep this? The union was saying, can we keep this? They were about to rob us blind because we didn't have someone in charge who knew what was going on. So I think we just need to stay in our lane in this and let the Chancellor do the best that she can in a situation that really is not a great situation. And hopefully that whatever needs to be done, and personally, 10 years ago, I was wishing we would just outsource technology and then everyone would be getting what they would need. But at this point, we're so far in, we have such an investment. I don't know, I don't know how this is going to work. But we don't have any choices right now. When your hands are tied, you can't just keep telling people, bug off. We've got to do something.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Let me get, I have Trustee Reese, and then I have Trustee Withrow right after.
I absolutely agree with Trustee Handy. I absolutely agree with all of my other colleagues that have already spoken on this issue. We need somebody that's external to take care of this plan that we've all talked about for a long period of time, and is such a critical part of all of the other areas of weakness that, again, we've talked about thus far. And so given the fact that within these three organizations or three companies that sent proposals, there isn't much difference between what they do, and there are price differentials, and because one of the organizations already had talked about doing a needs assessment and going to groups and at the district and finding out what those needs are, I would suggest that we be a bit more prudent and we go with Campus Works, which is $49,000. That meets all of our other needs. It's a bit more prudent, and there seemingly doesn't seem to be much of a difference in terms of deliverables and how they're going to approach that. And they have been praised by Los Rios, San Jose Evergreen, State Center, CCSF. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you. Trustee Withrow.
I concur with just an awful lot of what has been spoken here. Our IT system, without getting into a whole lot of depth, is very unique for a number of reasons, and it's an enterprise system, and there's not a lot of talent out there that understands it. But I would like to make a point with this CBT proposal, and I apologize because I can't pronounce her name. Mojdeh, Mehdizadeh.
It's Mojda.
Yeah, she's been here before. She's provided consulting services to us before. It's very impressive. Years ago, one of my colleagues and I tried to hire her, get her to move from Contra Costa College down to Peralta. She chose not to, but she's very impressive. She's very astute. She's a good communicator, and she's very quick.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Trustee Handy or Trustee Weinstein? I have Trustee Weinstein in the queue, and I thought I seen you, Trustee Handy, but I don't see your hand up.
Actually, if I was seeing correctly, Trustee Handy was shaking her head, so I'm going to defer to her.
Okay, Cindy, you have to look at the history of Campus Works and their history with Peralta. That is not an option. It just isn't. There are other companies. Mojda, she's the president of the college now. She was great in helping us. But right now, she's already done her due diligence and looking for an organization to step in for now. This is $72,000 is chump change in the technology world. This is nothing. This is getting us a report. That's what it costs you. But people spend millions. And as I said, we are well over 50 in the 18 years that I've been here in building the system. But no, there are two other companies. One did not have the scope, and the other one is just not an option. Even if they're doing some good things at other colleges, their history here speaks for itself. We are in the situation we are in now because of history and because of interference. And I can't even begin to tell you how many things. So at this point, the responsibility is going to fall on the chancellor for the success of all of this. And for those of us who are not knowledgeable in technology, we may have these ideas, but let me tell you something. This is not something that that we can fix in-house. or that we could just call anyone in to do. We don't have an option. We don't have leadership in that department at this time, and things have to function. People have to get paid. People have to be able to communicate. That comes through the technology system. So if there wants to be a broader discussion of what our next steps are, because this is a consulting piece. This is not the leadership. And I think we should agendize that for discussion and talk about where we're going next. But those are apples and oranges. Where we're going next and what has to happen today are two different things. And I'm just sorry. I have friends that are in technology, and I hear the stories of millions and millions of dollars that just go down in the drain, because that's how technology pretty much works. That's why there's so many consulting companies. You have people flying in every Monday and flying out every Friday, and you're paying for that, and you're paying for their hotel bills, and you're paying for their meals. And it's just the way this world works with technology and consultants. So we've got to get our in-house, or we've got to decide that we're going to outsource it. But that's a conversation to have when we're not in jeopardy.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. I see your hand is still raised. We'll take that down. Trustee Weinstein.
There's two issues. One is I think that it sounds like there is a history with the second program, the college campus or campus, that is unknown to most of us. It's hard to respond to that, since it's not really clear what the situation was. And also I think, shh, be quiet. And I think that I think to some degree we have to understand that, and I think you understand, Trustee Handy, that there have been many years where money has been spent, and maybe it was done with the best of intention, but here we are again. And so I think everybody on this board is probably worried and looking at things very carefully, as we should be, because we don't want to be, oh, I'm sorry. Shh, be quiet. Okay, I'm giving him his toy. We don't want to make the same mistakes over and over again. And we're just having to, I guess, hope for the best in a certain way that this is going to work out. And I hope that it does. But there's real reason why all of us should be concerned, because there are many years where money was spent, a lot of money was spent, and here we are with such problems. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. Are those all of our comments? Chancellor?
I think Bill.
Trustee Withrow?
Yeah, just a brief one. Without going into a whole lot of detail, we spend a huge amount of money, in my way of looking at it, throughout our institution on the administrative side of it, by focusing on paper. This paper kind of thing. Each process of a piece of paper costs money. It's very expensive. And when you get up into the thousands, you're consuming a lot of money, a lot of capital. And the rationale given for why we're doing it that way is that we don't have the IT support to work on a digital electronic means. We've got to get there. We can't sit back and continue doing what we're doing. We're way behind the power curve in terms of paying our contractors. But beyond that, without getting into that kind of thing, if you look at how we operate, it's paper to paper to paper. And that should have gone away in about 1980 to 1990 let alone 2020.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Chancellor?
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you for all of the comments. I will just go back to and reiterate the reason that I am putting forth a CBT. One of the things that I have found, it has been a tremendous help to be able to take into consideration all of the work that has been done by CBT and to understand their full ability to get the full scope of what we are working with in this district. And if you look at many of the recommendations that came through with the FitMac report, they related to some issues of technology. And then when you look at the concurrent recommendations that were designed by CBT in order to increase the fiscal integrity, they were replete with recommendations around technology. I also know that CBT has a baseline information and understanding around the technology, even though they didn't do that part of the proposal. What we did find is that they engaged in a very deep way and went through a very complex process that involved some sophisticated analysis that resulted in some very strategic recommendations. And those recommendations were then designed in order for us to set forth operational priorities, a summary of operational priorities for the 1920 year that all included and relied upon the implementation of a sufficient technology infrastructure. They also did some assessments and provided some background that said, even though we didn't do the technology piece, this is some of the things that we think that you're going to need to take a look at. I have found the work to be tremendously helpful and has been, as you looked at some of the changes that we've made and the accomplishments of the 26 recommendations in FitMac and the progress that we've made in changing just, the contract system, the financial aid system, and all of the accomplishments that we've made, I have found that the foundation was the work that CBT did. I also believe that the technology is the next space that we have to be able to make some of those changes, because most of those recommendations, and not just the recommendations, but most of our inability to even function in a way that most districts enjoy, such as using a technological position control, or keeping up with leave balances and not using something like a antiquated system like a Excel spreadsheet or triplicate copies. Most of those things rely on us doing some deep work around our technology planning, along with the instructional technology, the administrative technology, along with the technology as it coordinates and relates to all 4 colleges. And so I think CBT is best positioned. I do think we would be doing a lot of starting over. I understand that the other company has a less of a charge, but I actually think that CBT, that we are getting much more than we would be, than it would typically cost in order to get that kind of knowledge, background, familiarity with our district, and connection to and integration with the other components. We are not just checking things off on a checklist and a task list to get these things done. They are all integrated and contingent upon each other. And if we don't go forward and do something with regard to our technology, then Peralta Community College District is going to be sitting in this position in the future as well. And it impacts everything. It impacts your ability to meet your accreditation standards. It impacts your ability to be able to function just as a district. Many districts don't have to struggle with some of these basic and rudimentary issues that are just baseline issues. So what we're asking here is for you to understand that we believe that this company has something to offer us, and that we can, as an executive administration, work with this company and deliver for Peralta a technology plan that can be implemented, that is sound and that is integrated and that is developed collaboratively. And what we are asking you is to trust that we have given you the best recommendation that we think as an administration, and that I think as a chancellor, this district needs in order to move forward in terms of a technology plan.
Thank you, Chancellor. Let's see. I really would like to close up on this issue, given that the Chancellor just completed a very compelling argument or recommendation. And we are nowhere, we're not even halfway through our agenda. It is upon 9 p.m. And if there is a burning issue that must be said about this particular item, I would ask that we move forward and take a vote. Do I have any objections towards that?
I've got a very quick thing, please. Will be less than a minute.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm trying to stay in my lane as a trustee, and I don't know technology well. And so here's my request on this consultancy, that the plan that they produce comes with timelines and budgets so that the board doesn't get into the weeds, but knows whether the benchmarks are being hit. Because we've been misled so many times, and we've gone over budget so many times. And so we have no way to evaluate whether in fact it was a good plan, whether the execution is strong or not. And so if in fact we can have timelines and budgets, then we can have reporting back. And I'm not then trying to say, well, how did it get implemented, et cetera. I'm just going to look and say, you said you were going to do this for these dollars in this time. Are we there or not? And so if that can be part of the deliverable, I would be grateful. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you for that. We will go ahead and take a roll call, being that there's no other comments on this item.
Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuen?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bella-Reese?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are going to, I'm going backwards from the way that my action items were pulled. 7.1. Actually, I'm sorry. Let's go to 6.1. 6.1 was pulled. Consider adoption of resolution 19/20-47 and approval of agreement for maintenance, repair, and operation supplies in the amount of $26,368.40 from W.W. Granger, utilizing the Foundation for California Community Colleges contract. May I have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
It's been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
And a second. It's open for discussion.
I pulled these three out of consent just to ask a question, and my apologies if my query is duplicative, but I just want to verify, since it's still not on the approval tree, that these contracts, as well as 9.2, have actually been vetted by counsel, by legal counsel.
GC Warden.
Yes, all the contracts have been reviewed by counsel.
Okay. And we will work towards actually getting that on the approval tree, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was it.
Is that the same question for 6.2 and 6.3, Trustee Reese?
Yes, 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3.
Could we make a re-motion for that? Who's the motion maker on this?
Trustee Withrow.
Trustee Withrow, would you like to unmute yourself and capture 6.1, 2, and 3?
There we go. Modify my motion to 1, 2, and 3, please.
Thank you. And do you accept that on the second?
I sure do.
Thank you. We will take all three items, 6.1, 2, 3, and have a roll call. Thank you.
Student trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 7.1, consider ratification of the warrant payment report for the period covering March 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2020. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I second.
Second by student Contreras. And let's go ahead and open for discussion. Trustee Withrow.
I have a question on the one of 55 pages. I'm not sure exactly what we're voting on here in terms of an approval. It would seem to me that all of this data should be more. We've put the board on notification, and therefore we've put the public on notification, but neither here nor there. Down on one of the pages, multiple down there, is a $1.7 million payment for adding up to 4 to the unified school districts in our service area. Could I have clarification on what that is? It's a lot of money.
Yes. BC.
Chancellor, I'm sorry. Chancellor, Chancellor, can we just by way of clarification, when these warrant payments come to us, I just want to make sure that we have a correct understanding. It is my understanding that the warrant payments are a reflection of what the board has already previously voted on by way of contracts, grants, and other types of transactions. Can we get clarification on that?
Yes, Trustee Bonilla, that's correct.
Okay. So please.
I can answer that question for the trustee.
Yes, please do go forward. I just wanted to make sure I had an understanding of that.
So my understanding is that this is the consortium of adult ed, and we are a pass-through fiscal agent for that. So I think that's that particular payment that you're asking about, Trustee Withrow.
Okay, thank you.
And Chancellor, just as a point of reference on the CPT pass-through dollars, Peralta was the fiscal agent for it. There were $15 million that Peralta was a fiscal, I believe, agent for our region. And yes, this could be the residual of that. I know that when we see something like that, it does raise flags. And I appreciate Trustee Withrow bringing that to our attention.
Yes, thank you.
Can we go ahead and if there are no further questions, can we do a roll call, please, on item 7.1?
Student trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Student trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We'll move to item 7.3, consider approval of a budget transfer for the period convening March 1st through March 31st. May I have a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
And seconded by Trustee Weinstein?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Discussion. Trustee Withrow.
We have 39 pages here for the month of March. of budget-based transfers. And that comes out to roughly $2,000 a month, 50 per page, and over 23,000 in a year. Budget-based transfers within the budget. Why do we have so many? Each of these transactions cost us money, administratively cost us money, number one. Number two, if we're going to make 23,000 changes to the budget, what is the budget that we approved in September, the final approval by the board on behalf of the public was approved in September? What does it look like now, or certainly as we get to June? What does the budget look like vis-a-vis what we approved to begin with?
Okay, thank you for that question. Trustee Bonilla, shall I answer that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Can I have VC Walters respond for us? Thank you.
Hello, good evening, trustees, and thank you, Dr. Stanback Stroud. These transactions are within each of the funds, so it's moving within a particular line item or program. So it's really to align the actual budget code. So it's not really making a big impact in terms of, going from, say, for example, not doing any illegal or unauthorized transactions. But to your question about where we are with the budget, we are in the process of implementing variance reporting that's going to be happening monthly. Our first variance report is to be produced for us April 30th. It's a 1 month in arrears report, so it'll look at where we are year to date as of March 30th. So we hope to have that as a routine basis. And right now, my understanding as to where we are in the budget from the adopted budget in last September is that we are on track. We have not overspent, and we are within the target for what needs to be happening at this point in the budget. So hopefully that would be an answer to your question, and you would be able to see that in a variance report beginning in May.
Trustee Withrow, thank you for that. Trustee Withrow.
Yeah, thank you very much for the report on that. I guess the variance, if we're going to get a variance report, it's going to show within budget categories how it's modified. Is that right?
What it's going to look like is you're going to have your month to month, what was spent, and then where that percentage falls within the total for a fiscal year. So it would be, your revenues and then your expenditures, and then the difference between where we are and where we project it to be. It will also have the projected expenditures so that we can see where we're going to be, say, for example, at June 30th. So it would be very clear and transparent to let people know what we're doing and where we are. Of course, if there are categories or areas where there's a parentheses, that would be apparent as well. So we can, take a look at an initial design, if you will, and then once the board has a chance to take a look, we can take feedback and perhaps make some changes if that would be appropriate.
Well, I'm not sure I've made myself clear, but you're going to come up with a variance report that's going to show the fact that we're not overly spending money that we don't have. I think I understood you on that. But why do we have to make 23,000 changes in the budget over the course of a year?
Well, you know, what I would say to you, for example, if you look at the first journal on the first page, you have instructional classroom, and then you have instructional aids. Those are in the same category. It's just really thinking about moving it from one sub account, if you will, into another. And it's being transparent so that everyone can see that we're making these shifts. I would be a little hesitant to say that it's a transaction that needs to happen in terms of like a significant change. It's just moving it. Let's say in your savings account or your checking account, you have a certain amount, and then you want to make a transfer into your savings account. It's basically in the same fund. It's just being moved over to this within the same account. That's kind of what you're seeing here. And my understanding is that this is something that the board is to see budget transfer reports on a monthly basis. So that is the answer that I have for that. I can help. I don't know how else to answer.
I think that's good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Withrow. Thank you, BC.
Okay.
I would. Sorry, there's like we're navigating different pieces here. I have a request from a trustee to take a 5-minute break. I don't know how the rest of my board feels about this right now.
Why not?
Trustee Handy, I can't hear you.
I want to be done. I'm losing power and my cords don't reach.
I agree. I'd like to be done.
I had 11% on one device and 20 on the other.
Pretty good.
And it's been plugged in for the past hour. So I'd love to get done if we could.
Yeah. I would say that we don't have very much longer to go. Can we go ahead and do a roll call on this item, please?
Yes.
Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Which item are we speaking about?
This is 7.3. The
Okay.
budget transfer
Yes.
report. Thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli-Bellarice?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay. Item 8.1, consider approval for personnel items. Can I get a motion to approve, please?
So moved.
Move approval of Lilia Chavez for Vice President of Student Services.
Trustee Gonzalez-Wynn, are you, so I have a motion to approve. And
I'm making a motion to approve Lilia Chavez.
I think you have to
You
say.
already had two people respond. Bill Withrow spoke first and someone else.
So can I get some
So we need a
support?
second.
Can I get some support from the board clerk, please? I asked for a motion to approve.
You got it.
Miss
We need a second.
Board clerk, did we get a motion to approve?
So was the motion from Trustee Handy?
No, it was from Bill Withrow.
And then you second?
I second.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have a substitute motion. I'd like to move to approve Lilia Chavez as Vice President of Instruction or Vice President of Student Services at Merritt College.
Do you have a second for the substitute motion?
Second.
There's been a second for the substitute motion. Can we go ahead and take a vote on the substitute motion?
Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Excuse me. Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Are we on the motion or are we on the secondary motion?
We're on the motion to substitute Trustee Gonzalez's motion to approve Ms. Chavez.
Was everyone aware of what they were voting for?
They just got a second from Trustee Weinstein.
Okay.
So we're not voting on the approval of Chavez. We're voting on whether we can go ahead and move separate this. That's what we're approving.
Okay. No.
Okay. Trustee Gonzalez Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. And the motion carries for the substitute motion.
Thank you. So we've separated the item. We have, and so now we need a motion to approve Ms. Lilia Chavez.
Actually, that motion is now on the table, I believe.
That motion is now on the table. So I need a motion to approve Ms. Lilia Chavez.
So
I think we just need a vote.
No. We actually need to approve her. We just approved to separate it. So, Trustee Withrow, thank you. And we have a second from?
Second.
Second from Trustee Weinstein. Thank you. Let's go and do a roll call on that.
Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan? This is to approve.
Yes. Okay. What?
Trustee Weinstein?
Let me just explain. I have consistently not voted for administrative approvals in open session, and I will continue that practice. This has nothing to do with the candidate.
Thank you, Trustee Gonzalez. Can our board clerk continue with the roll call?
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. The remaining item is 8.1 with the, I need a motion to approve the item as is with.
I will make a motion to approve Mark Johnson.
Motion to approve has been put out. I need a second.
Second.
And there's been a second. Thank you. No further discussion. We can do a roll call vote.
Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras, thank you. Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan?
No.
Trustee Weinstein?
No.
Trustee Napolia Bellaris?
No.
Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion fails.
Okay. We will move to item 9.1. Trustee Handy.
Madam President, can I just chime in? This was for just the motion, the way that Trustee Yuan had put it was just for Mark Johnson?
It was just for Mark Johnson.
And so the rest of the appointments?
I'd like to move to approve the balance of the item 8.1.
Yes.
That would be classified and faculty appointments under item B and C, et cetera.
Thank you.
I think it's just B and C, but there's some retirements, et cetera.
Motion to approve the balance of the items on 8.1.
I made that motion.
Thank you. Second. And it's been seconded by Trustee Reese. And roll call on that, please.
Student trustee Stanley,
Yes.
student trustee Contreras,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez-Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Weinstein,
Yes.
trustee Napoli-Bella-Reese,
Yes.
and trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. We will move to item 9.1, consider appointment of member to the Bond Measure Oversight Committee. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Seconded by student trustee Contreras, and let's open for discussion. No discussion? We can move forward with a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, what item are we on right now?
9.1.
9.1, this is consider appointment of member to the Bond Measure Oversight Committee.
Thank you.
Do we have discussion? Seeing none, we will go ahead and take roll call. Thank you.
Student trustee Contreras,
Yes.
student trustee Stanley,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez-Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Weinstein.
Actually, I'm going to abstain. Let me just change my vote. Thank you. Abstain.
Thank you. Confirmed. Trustee Weinstein,
No.
trustee Napoli-Bella-Reese,
Abstain.
and trustee Bonilla.
I'm going to abstain.
Thank you. Motion fails.
Thank you. We'll move to item 9.2. Consider adoption of resolution number 19/20-48 declaring futility of soliciting bids and ratifying contract for fire alarm system testing, inspection and repairs at Laney College and Merritt College. Motion to approve, please.
I motion. I second.
Thank you. And it's open for discussion. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and take roll call. Thank you.
Student trustee Stanley,
Yes.
student trustee Contreras,
Yes.
trustee Withrow,
Yes.
trustee Handy,
Yes.
trustee Gonzalez-Yuan,
Yes.
trustee Weinstein,
Yes.
trustee Napoli-Bella-Reese,
Yes.
and trustee Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 9.3, consider approval of proposed policy. And this is BP 5035, withholding of student records. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
I'm sorry, did you get your second?
Yes, I did. Trustee Reese, thank you.
Fantastic. Discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
My hand is up.
Karen, sorry, trustee Weinstein.
Chancellor, can you just say specifically what you're changing and why you're changing it?
Are you you're talking about the student records?
Yes.
They're changing the board policy to be consistent with the new law that requires that you can't withhold the student records because of a debt.
Okay. Thanks.
Could you repeat that one more time, Chancellor?
Chancellor.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Well, you're changing the board policy to be consistent with the new law regarding requiring that you can't withhold students' transcripts because they owe.
Thank you.
It's AB 1313.
Thank you.
And we can go ahead and do roll call on that, please.
Student trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli Abella-Reese?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, we are on 9.4, consideration and adoption of amended resolution 19/20-46 declaring emergency conditions exist throughout the Peralta Community College District as a result of the threat of COVID-19 and granting the Chancellor emergency authority. May I have a motion to approve?
So
I
moved.
motion. Second.
Thank you. And discussion.
Go ahead, Trustee Gonzalez Yuan.
Great. The last time we approved this resolution, it included two items that appear to have dropped off, and so I'm going to reinsert them. In the second bullet point, or the second, therefore be it resolved, towards the bottom, there's a sentence that begins, the district is committed to working closely with all collective bargaining units, Steel Academic Senate, Classified Senate. I believe student senates should be inserted right there, right after classified senates, before and other appropriate district constituencies. So I would like to amend this resolution to include that. And then there's a section dealing with interim and acting appointments. And I would like to insert right after that sentence the following: any interim and or acting appointment may not extend more than 2 months beyond what would normally be permitted. And we did that last time. I'm just getting that in again this time.
Is that a substitute motion?
It is an offer of an amendment. I would ask that it be a friendly amendment, but I will not be supporting if it doesn't include that. So this is consistent with what we supported in our last authorization. So I'm not sure who the maker and seconder were, and I'm asking that it be accepted as a friendly amendment.
I accept that. Go ahead, Trustee Withrow.
Trustee Withrow, are you the maker of the motion?
The maker of the motion, I'd like clarification from the Chancellor. Was this by intent, or was it an error that, a mistake, if you will, that it was not included?
No, I thought that we just loaded up the same motion and changed the dates. I'll ask GC Warden to speak to it because there's some very specific language around the appointments that's important.
Sorry about that. I was just getting off of mute. Sorry. So with regard to the amendment, with the first one, there's no opposition to that. I believe last time we were talking about the language regarding the interim appointments was that the phrasing at the time could have been more broadly limiting to the ongoing hiring processes that were already in place. And we continue to have hiring committees right now, which are in full accord with the board policies and the administrative procedures.
But in the previous motion, we had some very specific language that took care of that.
Correct.
I think that Trustee Ewan is just saying that he wants that particular language that was there, which was the motion, the resolution that was passed this last time. Perhaps it was amended inside the board meeting, and then the amendments didn't get captured when we rolled it over from board docs.
Oh, that's possible.
So,
and
but it's
so I'm
not
simply
in
asking.
terms of the amendment, I don't think that as phrased, it does not create the same problem that we had last time. So for me, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
The maker of the motion will accept it as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
And I second it.
It still remains second. I don't believe we lost that. But we do have an amendment that has been accepted by the maker of the motion. I believe that if that was acceptable, then the only thing that's left for us to do is to vote on the item.
Student Trustee Stanley?
Yes.
Student Trustee Contreras?
Yes.
Trustee Withrow?
Yes.
Trustee Handy?
Abstain.
Trustee Gonzalez-Yuan?
Yes.
Trustee Weinstein?
Yes.
Trustee Napoli-Abella Reese?
Yes.
And Trustee Bonilla?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you for that. That takes us to our Board of Trustee reports. And I'm sure you all have been very, very busy since we've last met. So let's go ahead and tell us what you've been doing, Trustee Withrow.
You gotta be kidding me. I've been ensconced in this house for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever. No, I'll take a pass.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got to go back to 9.4. It just dawned on me. What was the outcome of the vote? We need to be unanimous on this. And so it does not pass without a unanimous vote. So the vote has, the item has failed.
9.4?
9.4, the emergency resolution.
Oh, it needs to be unanimous?
Yes.
That's right. There was one abstention.
So what are the options? I mean, what happens if it's not unanimous?
It fails.
Well, let's put it this way. So I abstain because I don't like these last minute changes. I think a lot of them are, let's just put it this way, I don't like them. And so I will change for the good of the whole piece, but I am really sick and tired of the maneuvering and the manipulations that are going on where people know they're not going to vote for something and create all of these other things so that we have to jump through hoops. Just abstain, just don't vote. But I'm really sick of it. So for this, I will change it, but I don't know if I'm going to continue to keep changing things in the future because I'm really, really tired of the manipulations. I support our chancellor. Let's give her what she needs. The rest of the stuff is just really disrespectful, and nobody else is knocking on the door trying to come and lead this district. So I'm just going to move with you all on this. But I'm hoping, and Nikki, I don't want to hear another word from you. I really just want this meeting to be over. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Can we get our Madam Clerk to verify the outcome of this item?
Thank you, Trustee Handy. I did receive the confirming your change of vote to yes. And with that, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we can get back to what Trustee Withrow has been up to.
Nothing that pertains to Peralta. a lot of things. The COVID-19 is obviously doing a whole lot of things throughout the world, and just to put it into perspective, one of the corporations that I'm on the board of, the CEO lives in Manhattan, and he's under quarantine. His wife is very, very ill with the virus. The father-in-law just died. He's got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. And so when we ping on him to say, what's going on with the corporation? It's a different world right now. And I think we need to accept that and do the best we can for our students. That's all.
Thank you for that. I also, my screen is not showing everyone, but I definitely want to go back to our student trustees. So student trustee Stanley. Thank you. And student trustee Contreras.
Yeah, I got a couple of things to say. One is I'd like to thank everybody at the board, that's including the chancellor, President Bonilla, and all the trustees for all your guys' support. You guys have no idea how immensely that has meant to me, and also some of the students that have reached out. As you guys know, I was under quarantine. For those that don't know, I lost my grandmother to the virus a couple weeks ago. Dealing with that, not being able to say goodbye in person and be with your family members. So everybody that's been there, thank you. When I first came onto Peralta on the board, I always wanted to be treated like a family, and how much it was bad to be part of the Peralta family. But it took a crisis and stuff like this to really show you what it means to be a family. And I'm proud to be part of the Peralta family, because as a lot of you guys might not know, they have shown up. They are there for you when you least expect it and when you need them the most. So on behalf of my family and myself, thank you to every single one of you that have been there. I do really, really appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
I don't like getting emotional.
That's all right, girl.
But two, let me put on my trustee hat. I wasn't at the meeting because of technical difficulties last meeting, and also because of what was going personally with my grandmother's passing. However, I did want to address what was said to the chancellor. As a student and as a woman and as a person of color, I am appalled and I am infuriated by the comments made by Chris Weidenbeck. Everything that he said is everything that I stand against. How dare you, in this time where we are now, this facing what we're facing, but this pandemic, how dare you speak about somebody that has came in here, has been in the office where the board elected her, and I was so elated when she got elected. How dare you speak about her the way you did? Not only do I support Ramona Butler's statement of wanting an apology, but a written apology. No person of color, especially someone that she has came in here with nothing but integrity and has moved Peralta forward. How dare you speak about her? And for the PFT, I hope that this is not acceptable just because we can't see eye to eye on certain things. And there should be no reason why we allow anybody of any color, any stature, and no one is above anybody here at Peralta. However, she is our superior. And I honestly don't get in the middle of things, but I am pissed off that someone would speak about her the way that he did. Not only, I won't say what I want to, but I am pissed off. And she deserves an apology, a public apology, because she has come a long way herself to make sure that we don't go back 10 years, 30 years, 40 years back for something that she didn't deserve. We should not sweep this under the rug, and it is not okay. And anybody that thinks that the comments that were made about the chancellor to the chancellor, that is okay, that feels that it is okay, I honestly disregard you as a human being. Yes, we are all professionals and we should keep it that way, but don't make things personal, because when you make things personal, then you take it against people that really stand behind her. And if you don't, if you really want to see who stands behind her, then do it again. And we will show you our teeth, and we will stand behind her every step of the way, and you will lose. You will lose. And so I'm sorry, but because I know this, for me personally, COVID-19 has not been the easiest. It's been one of the hardest times, but I refuse to stand, even though I've been sick, even though I've lost family, I refuse to stand and stay still. I've never been the person to not stand up for what I believe in. And that's one of those things. So you know what? Thank you, Chancellor, for everything that you have done, because you believe in us as much as we believe in you. So thank you for standing up for what you believe in and being politically correct the way you came at him. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Let's move to Trustee Handy.
Just real quickly. I just want to say how much we appreciate our student trustees and Romina. It's been so difficult for you, and I am so glad that you feel the support, because we all really, really do care about you. I want to thank the people who came in as well to speak for the chancellor, because it's been one-sided. It's really easy to organize and get people to just call in and have 26 callers saying the same thing. If you really want to get a representation of how people feel, then you need to hear from everyone. And then it's a different story, because there are so many people who are so grateful to not have to weed through all of that, the comments and the types of things. And the type of comments that the student trustee is speaking about, those are the type of veiled racist comments that are so disgusting that was coming through that mail. And people came in to speak, and I was really embarrassed to see everyone coming in and talking about how much they lost by not being able to communicate, but not one of them spoke to the racism, which is the very first reason why it was looked at, the veiled racism that is fooling no one. I am unapologetically Black. I have been all my life. You cannot fool me by trying to put a smile at the end of a racist, vindictive statement. And I am frankly very, very tired of it. And I'm hoping that we can get back to the respectful way that the board and our members had up until 2 years ago with a change of leadership. We have always given our faculty and staff as much as we have and more at times when we didn't have it. And that has put us in the situation that we were in. But we've always had a loving, respectful relationship until the past year and a half. And I would hope that it would go back to that so that we could all be working together to save your jobs and the students' education. But this divisiveness is a waste of time, and it takes away from the seriousness of the situation that we're in right now. So I would just wish that some people would take heed of the other members who felt the need to come in and speak to their displeasure about the behavior and let us see some changes. On another note, I had the opportunity to speak with the Martin Luther King Freedom Center students through a Zoom conversation. And it just warmed my heart. They are so bright, so knowledgeable, and they ask all the hard questions. They wanted to know what it was about, what it was like to be in an elected position and to be a social activist, and all of the things that are mysterious to them. Like trustee, nobody knows what a trustee does. And it is such a gift to have the opportunity. And I was looking on social media, and Michael Morgan, the conductor, was just commenting that he spoke with them this week as well. Some of the comments that I've heard is, how dynamic would all of us be if we had an opportunity to participate in a program such as the Martin Luther King Freedom Center? And I'm telling you, I think that these kids are our hope for our future. They are just brilliant. And they talk about their struggles with racism. They talk about their struggles with teachers who don't like them because of their color. And to hear this from 15 and 16-year-olds break their heart. But to tell them that you've experienced the same thing and to give them pointers of how you deal with it was something that I thought was a gift to them, and it was a gift to me to be able to communicate with them. So people are finding ways to continue to be useful and to do things through Zoom, and I'm very grateful for it. And I hope that we can continue to do the best that we can to support all of our students in the ways that you all been doing. Especially the foundation has been working so hard behind the scenes, just bringing in more money to make sure that students have their needs met. And that's so incredible. We've not had that type of energy come in before. We haven't had this type of situation before, but we have some dynamic people here who are really working to support our chancellor, to support our district. And I just want to say thank you to all of those who are doing that. And for those who are not, take a seat, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Handy. Trustee Weinstein.
Okay. Yeah. First and foremost, my heart goes out to student trustee Romina, and very sad that she's going through this. And I know she has all of our support, and hope she does well over time. I did want to say that I was at an AAUW Zoom conference, and I'm hoping that when things get back to somewhat normal, if they do, that information can be shared about scholarships and fellowships that are available through AAUW. They raise a lot of funds, they have a lot of funds, and I'm just hoping that we can have our students apply for some of these scholarships because they are available. And other than that, I certainly have had communication with the Clean Slate program. Do not need to go into this now, and I know that our chancellor has been working on that, as well as our presidents of the colleges, and I look forward to that working in one way or another. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Weinstein. Trustee Gonzalez.
I just want to thank the faculty and the staff, the administrators, all the people have been working really hard to try to keep this ship afloat in the middle of just crazy, unprecedented times. It's stressful enough just trying to get groceries, trying to get any real work done and support our community and keep our institutions afloat and ready to kind of get going. I can't imagine how hard that is for people. I know it's hard for me to just even get breakfast on the table. I mean, it sounds silly, right? But the performance and the outreach to students and the kind of shifting of classes, it's just been really impressive. And I'm so grateful for people's compassion and heart and intelligence and competence in these really hard times. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Trustee Reese?
A virtual hug to Trustee Contreras for sure, because I can't even imagine what you're going through. And I think not being able to say goodbye to your grandmother must be just an unforgettable and traumatic and very difficult situation. So just know that you are in our hearts and in our thoughts, and continue to stay strong. But we are thinking of you, and we have been thinking about you. The other thing that I would like to add is that the webinars at the State Chancellor's Office have been great. They've been really wonderful. They've been very informational. And one of the things that I did say to Deputy Chancellor Daisy Gonzalez was that I really thank her team, her group of individuals, for being so organized and responsive. One of the things that they underscored was that they are, as we go through these extraordinary times, they focus most of their energies on being solutions oriented. And I think that in this vortex of chaos that we're all existing in right now, where everything is so extraordinary and uncertain, it really helps to have organization and being and lots of response and lots of solutions. And what they've done, which again, at the statewide level, it's very difficult to do, but what they're trying to do, at least in what I've seen in the webinars, is that in every decision, in every discussion, in every implementation, they are putting students at the center of it all, trying to make things as easy as possible for the students. And they had one student trustee whose name was Elijah Gerard, who's spoken at 2 of the webinars. And I have to say that there is so much that we don't understand. There's so much that we kind of take for granted or assume about our students. And what he made quite clear was that, especially at this particular point in time, we can't start from the assumption that our students have things like computers, like access, like dollars, like a home, all of those different things. And he had also said quite specifically, which was really interesting, he said, when we implement our practices or when we are in our administrative discussions, we have to also not presume the worst of our students in terms of we have to give them the generosity of spirit, because if there is a moment in time where they need it, this would be that moment in time. And that's it.
Thank you. Did I get all the trustees? I believe so.
You did.
Okay. So I would also like to offer you, Romina, my heartfelt condolences to you and to your family during this very, very difficult time. And so please don't hesitate to reach out individually. I think you have access to our emails, and you can definitely for me, you can contact, and I'll let the board clerk, Brenda Martinez, know that if you want my contact information, to please access it through Ms. Martinez for anything else. I also want to remind all of us that yes, during this pandemic, if any of us are able to provide additional resources to donate any amount of money that we have to any of the food banks, to any of the charitable organizations, this is a really good time to think about kind of going above and beyond and donating to make sure that those who are in deep need of food, housing, medical, to donate. Every dollar just goes a long way. It would be nice for us also, I know Chancellor, you're still on listening, if we could actually make available via our websites how to best support our local community. We know that students are using and just that folks, period, are using local food banks in particular. It would be great to promote that via our websites. I know we're doing that with other community partners. I also want to, so in addition to the webinars that are going on, I want us to think a little bit about kind of what type of conversations are happening. The State Chancellor's Office sounds like those webinars are moving forward. I have had an opportunity to pop into a few, which have been really good. The National Skills Coalition is also another great resource as they promote kind of dialogue on what's happening across the country, on best practices, whether it's in our community colleges, within our workforce development, education and training. And at one of their last pods that they did, and it was really one of the pods, there was a woman, and if I remember her first name, I think her first name was Vaughn. And she used to be at the Chancellor's Office. Do you remember Vaughn? It was someone saying her name.
Yes, Vaughn.
Yes. So she was actually on because she's now heading up a brand new organization in partnership in the healthcare field, in partnership with Allied Health. And I was looking frantically through my notes. I have like tons and tons of notes. But my whole point is that she's someone who's very well versed in our community college arena, who is now heading up Allied Health Services through this nonprofit foundation. And so it was just really, really great to listen to the needs of the healthcare industry, how that coalesces or how that interfaces with the community colleges track. Now that we are in a pandemic mode, what does that mean? What does that mean for students who are trying to complete their clinicals and are unable to? How they are already LVN and other healthcare workers who are at the entry level, who need to be skilled up so that they can move into the more skilled nursing area. And I know this all resonates dearly with our chancellor, who is a licensed registered nurse. So anyway, it was just another good resource, the National Skills Coalition and their radio pods that they put out. So I just wanted to share that with all of you. Thank you. I will move us to announcements.
Sure, we have two. The next regular board meeting will be held on May 12th virtually. And the board wishes Trustee Handy a very happy birthday on Saturday. I'm sure it will be an unforgettable birthday. And Madam President, that
Thanks,
concludes
I thought it was Sunday.
I just read what I'm given.
I don't know what day it is, really.
I agree.
No, it's Saturday.
Happy birthday.
It's Saturday?
Happy birthday.
Thanks, I didn't miss
Happy
it.
birthday. And
But
Madam President?
I did want to make a comment for closing. Are we ready for that?
Yes, please. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to close this meeting in honor of Romina's grandmother and also Trustee Marshall Mitzman from Chabot Los Positos, who passed away last week from COVID. I just had an opportunity to spend some time with him. I believe it was at our last our meeting in San Francisco, and it is such a shock. But just to close in the honor of all of these families who are experiencing unthinkable pain as we go through this, and if we can just lift up and support each other as much as possible. Thank you.
Yes.
Can I say one other thing?
Sure. Yes.
Other than thank you to everybody and all the support. I know I went off earlier And honestly, I don't have any resentment or hate towards anybody. But if you haven't said you love somebody, tell them that you love them. Hug them, even if it's virtually. Send them a text message. Remind them that you still care, even though you may not speak to one another on a daily basis. But life is precious, and you never know when it's going to be gone. So love one another. Be kind to one another. Just don't forget to tell somebody you love them, because you might not get the chance in the morning.
Thank you for that, Romina. It's a very thoughtful thing to say that resonates, I think, with all of us. And so in closing this meeting in honor of many, but obviously in honor of your grandmother,
Thank you.
I will adjourn this meeting. Thank you all very much. Please be safe,
Yes.
be healthy, and we'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Bailey.
Wow.
Bailey, Karen's calling you.
Where are you? Bailey, I don't see you now.
There
Where
she
are
is.
you?